2025 Royal Air Force Aerobatics Team, it's the Red Arrow!
I have the Lansdowne Hotel, which is directly opposite here, the Western Lawns. And as a hotelier, and other hoteliers in Eastbourne too, we like to support Airborne, of course, by providing accommodation for pilots. So we obviously want to support the event, so we have pilots staying with us. So yes, that's one of our support things.
That is fantastic. So one, of course, it's very generous, and thank you for that on behalf of the entire show.
I'm pleased to do it, yeah.
And two, it shows that this show must be important to people like yourselves, hoteliers and restaurateurs and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
How does it compare to the rest of the year?
Well, I mean, we are just booked out as far as the Airborne sort of event. We get booked out many months in advance, as do other local hotels and bed and breakfasts. And of course, to the wider economy, it's so important because of the restaurants, the pubs, all the traders. You know, it brings in so much to the economy. So it's a really important event, and we do get booked up, you know, very much in advance for it.
Now, tell me something else. There's obviously a historical context because you have a restaurant called 1912.
Indeed.
Now, I didn't know whether that was the time you arrived for dinner or something else. Tell me about that number.
So 1912 is the year that my family actually started the Lansdowne Hotel. So I'm actually fourth generation at the Lansdowne. So yes, 1912 was the year that my great-great-aunt started it.
Wow, that is absolutely extraordinary. What a wonderful thing. There are not many of the, you know, I don't know many businesses these days that have been in a sole family for such a long period, well over 100 years.
Over 113 years, still going strong. And the restaurant was created 4 years ago. And when deciding on a name, it just seemed the right name to give it as the founding year.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's absolutely terrific. Now, it's gone through, obviously, a huge number of activities. The First World War, the Second World War, coming up recently, COVID.
Yeah.
I mean, how much research, how much history exists of all those really key periods do you have either amongst the family or in the hotel?
Yeah. Well, in the Second World War, the hotel was shut down and it was requisitioned by the army. Right. We've got a fantastic photograph of the army troops sitting on the Western Lawns with the Lansdowne in the background. So it was repurposed for the use by the army in the Second World War. So yeah, there's so much history, you know, with the Lansdowne and obviously, you know, that. Right. So yes.
What's your earliest memory? Of the hotel?
Getting stuck in the lift in a pram when I was very, very small and my dad tried to get me out of it.
Lovely. I presume it works all right now.
It's fine now, yes.
Yeah, fantastic. How many people can you accommodate?
We accommodate about 170. We've got 98 bedrooms. We've got event space. We've got the restaurant, which is a restaurant really in its own right, sort of specialising more in seafood and steak.
Oh.
So yeah, we've got it all going on there. So
I haven't tested that yet.
Yes, please come and see us.
I've lost track how many years, 15 or so here. I think I've tried most establishments, but no, I haven't eaten there. That's absolutely brilliant. But was it always that big? It looks as though possibly you expanded into neighbouring properties.
Yeah, it was actually 13 individual houses right back in the 18th, sort of 75. It was built as sort of townhouses, I guess. And then my great-aunt bought it. Great-great-aunt bought the side nearest the Grand. And then gradually they sort of bought along. There was a couple of other hotels in the middle, the Bewley Hotel and the Burns. And then they all kind of amalgamated and it became the Lansdowne.
Isn't that fantastic? And the name?
The name.
The name, was it always there?
It's Lansdowne Terrace.
Yeah.
So if you see on the top, you can see it says Lansdowne Terrace.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
I
it
think
was
that's
always
why-
there, not
yes,
something that you
not just
played
make. Yeah, exactly
no,
that.
No,
Yeah.
just absolutely curious. And I don't know, is there a bit of an aviation theme in there right now? Is it great? Have you noticed a slight change in the buzz? A few flying suits coming in and out, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's great to be able to support, obviously, with rooms for pilots. I know we've got the Wingwalkers
Yeah.
who are staying with us, some of the Navy Black Cats, and Rich Goodwin too.
Yeah.
So
Now, you've been linked to Rich Goodwin and his aircraft as a sort of lead sponsor.
That's right, yes.
Well, no, it's the tutor, isn't it? I've
The
got that one
tutor
wrong.
display
It's the
is
tutor
what,
display,
what
yes.
the Lansdowne
Yeah,
have supported this year.
Yeah, well, that is
Yeah.
fantastic, and I'm guessing you didn't know much about him, but I hope have you managed to chat to him yet?
I'm hoping to meet in the bar at some
Yeah.
point, yes,
Yeah.
so that will happen. So,
Yeah.
and I'm desperate to meet the Wingwalkers as well, having done a wing walk myself.
Oh, well, he's
so-
a very noisy character. I know him well. Okay, no, they're a lovely pair, and the
Yeah.
girls in particular. I mean,
Right.
they're really, really unique.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, if you stick around, the tutor manager will be in here in about, I'd say about 15 minutes' time.
Right.
Yeah, so he's the
Okay.
guy that talks about what the tutor does and Bob, who's flying it today, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's
fantastic.
it's a good little link to have.
Yeah.
Looking forward, what difficulties do you see in your business, and particularly associated with events in Eastbourne? Is it all looking bright and rosy?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've always got to put a positive spin on it. I think there's lots of amazing groups of people in Eastbourne who are doing everything they can to support the town. I sit on the board of the Eastbourne Hospitality Association, so I did just want to mention, that we support, obviously, lots of the other hotels also support this show. We also support with the fireworks display tomorrow night as the
Brilliant.
EHA. But, the towns have their issues, don't they, all across the country. But I think we are so lucky to live in Eastbourne. There's so much going on here.
Yeah.
Despite, the world problems and stuff, we have to sort of bring it back home to what we've actually got on our doorstep. And I think Eastbourne is an absolutely fantastic place to go. I mean, what can you not like about it? You've got the Downs, you've got the sea, you've got events like this that just bring it all together and make it a really wonderful place to visit and to live.
And are you well supported, the EHA? Is there more we could all be doing? Or
Yeah, I mean, I think we're always looking for new members. Obviously, with change of use of properties over the years, back in the day there was a huge amount of members, but, a lot of those smaller B&Bs have been converted into other sort of, things. But we have trade members as too, but always looking for more support. And we're a big voice in the town, so we're very active.
Okay, well, look, we'll take a short break. And then we'll just come back and let's explore a few other sort of connections, perhaps with aviation.
Let's do it.
Yeah, okie dokie. Well, I'm currently engaged with a really, really interesting discussion with Catherine Clifford here from the Lansdowne Hotel. And one of the things I asked her just while we were listening to the music there was how much more can we all do to help keep Airborne on the road and keep it going for another 31 years? And I hadn't appreciated, Catherine, just how much you already contribute. Well, you want to give us an idea of what this means to you in business terms?
Yes, I mean, as I said, I think to keep these events going, it's really important that, you know, hotels and businesses do support you know, as much as they can. Obviously, we're there to make money, but we do give rooms to the pilots, as I said earlier, which probably equates to about £10,000 worth of rooms over the few days. We also give a room down for all the bucket collectors. So obviously there's people out and about collecting money to contribute towards the show. And we've got a space for them all to come and, you know, tot up all of what they've got in their buckets. And I just would say to everyone that, look, you know, supporting Airborne, it's a free event. It's so important that everyone can just give a little bit. It makes a big difference, and it will hopefully, you know, it will keep the show going. Last year was its 30th anniversary. You know, let's hope it can go on for another 30 years.
Yeah, but it's a great point you make. So it's something that I've been saying every day now is give where you can. Go to the online site, saveairborne.com. That's good. One of the problems now, of course, is not many people carry cash.
This is a problem, yes.
I'm always caught out, but there is a QR code on
Yeah.
all our badges. I've got, not this one, but on another badge, I've got it, and all the bucket collectors got a QR code.
Yeah.
All you got to just put your phone up to
Yeah.
it, click on that, and then
Yeah.
that's £2.50 in the bag. And of course, you could get your kids to join up to the Air Bears club as well. That's really good. Or become a regular supporter.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, it strikes me that you're already doing a huge amount, which is fantastic. And what future plans in your mind? You're going to stretch another couple of buildings down the road?
No. I think I've got enough going on with the Lansdowne, to be honest. It's, you know, it's a big building. We're in a prime location. You know, we've had a very good year, and long may it continue. So yes, I think that would keep me busy for now.
Now, come on, back to the aircraft then. You must have some favourites.
Well, as mentioned before, Wingwalkers, because I've done it myself, I've always had a real love of that, the old biplanes. And look, who cannot like the Red Arrows? I mean, they are absolutely brilliant. Oh, but I think what tops that for me is the, I'm going to say it wrong, what's it called? Not the Tornado, the...
Typhoon?
The Typhoon, that's the one.
Yeah.
I love that. If anyone gave me an opportunity to ever go up in that, I would be there. So
Fantastic.
if you have any contacts and you know anyone...
Well, there's a couple of lads up on the Western Lawns. You know, you never know. I don't think you'd get in the real one, but a simulator ride is... Yeah.
Okay, that might have to do then.
So how did you end up wingwalking then?
Well, it was for a big birthday, and my friends, I think, had heard me raving on about wanting to do a wing walk. It was on my bucket list. And lo and behold, for my birthday, they gave me a voucher to go wing walking. So everyone came up and supported me, went to Headcorn over in Kent, and there I was strapped to the wing of a plane. We didn't do loop-the-loop. I was a bit disappointed. I was hoping for that, but no loop-the-loops.
Wow. Well, look, if Dave hasn't contacted you in the bar of your own hotel tonight, I will make sure he personally does that later on today, okay?
Yes.
He's the top guy. He's with Emma this time, and she's utterly delightful as well. And actually, talking to the girls that do it, I mean, it's pretty... daredevil stuff.
Well, they're actually doing acrobatics on the top of the plane. I mean, I was firmly sort of strapped down and wasn't moving at all. But no, to do what they do, it's really, it's something to behold.
Yeah, well, Catherine, it's been a real pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for spending some time with us.
Oh, you're most welcome.
And if you want to stay here and watch the aircraft that you are intimately involved with, the Tutor, which is coming up first, is going to open the show this afternoon. You're most welcome. If not, I hope you're going to be looked after well, because you spend most of your time looking after other people, don't you?
Yeah, this is true. I have a very good team, I have to say. Shout out to all of them. Without my team, it wouldn't be what it is. So, yeah, I thank you for that.
Okay, no, real pleasure. Well, let's just crack on with a bit of action, and we'll get some flying going in about 15 or 20 minutes' time. Well, we're now in the later stages of preparation for our air display, and then we're going to be kicking off very shortly with the tutor, and more about that very soon. And we've got the commentator with us already. During the course of this first section, we're going to take a bit of a coffee break, tea break, whatever you wish to have, around about 2:30. There may be one or two minor changes to the program. Of course, that always happens, and it could just be with minor unserviceabilities and perhaps a touch of wind or weather. I think the weather is going to improve during the course of the afternoon, and fingers crossed that is the case. But during this section, after the tutor, we're going to see some Wingwalkers, a P-51 Mustang, the Stampe formation, which are utterly delightful. Lovely to see them here at a major event after so many years. The Battle of Britain Memorial flight as well. Of course, they amended their display yesterday to include 2 Hurricanes, partly because the Spitfire they had is still tech at the moment. And our great friend from Norway, Ken Vila, will be joining us. The second half gets bigger, faster, noisier, and very much focusing on the frontline aircraft of the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force. Just general reminders to keep all your belongings with you during the course of the afternoon, and that of course includes looking after all the children and the senior or vulnerable adults at the same time. Do pick up a wristband if you've got the opportunity. It's always very helpful to help reunite a family at the end of the day. Program's absolutely essential. It's a great bargain. It's a bumper copy this year, just £10 for each program. You get the chance to win a whole range of different prizes as well, and therefore well worth doing that. So some super prizes are on offer. And if you see anything remotely suspicious during the course of the day, anything that troubles you, there's an awful lot of friendly stewards all around the site, and of course policemen here to make sure you have a safe and a very enjoyable day. You'll see some markers out at sea there. That is the little yellow ones. That is your swimming line. And if you do decide to go in for a dip, the water's actually lovely right now. It's about 20 degrees. And but no further, whatever you happen to be on, as that will interfere with the flying, as will anything that lifts more than an inch off the ground. And I mean drones, kites, balloons, or even if the wind gets up, make sure you please hang on to your umbrellas. Anything that gets in the air is a danger to aviation, and we are all under protected airspace here, and therefore it is also a legal obligation as well. So please bear that in mind. Otherwise, settle down, make yourselves at home. Make sure, especially everybody's in their family is happy and comfortable, and we'll see something in the air in about 9 to 10 minutes' time. Well, we're in the final stages of preparing for some action now, and I was chatting about what you see in front of you. Of course, some of you may well be wondering how we managed to get boats out there. Well, they're on the other side of our exclusion zone. You can see, first of all, the swimming lines, the little yellow buoys, where you are not allowed to go any further out. Then there's a large gap, which is part of our safety zone. Then the display area itself is marked out there. So you can imagine that actually we've created an entire three-dimensional space, which is patrolled, and those boats are on the far side of that as well. So we have assistants out there in ribs, making sure that everybody's safe on the water, as well as all you guys here that have very kindly come down to support Airborne once again this year. Grateful thanks to all the people. You heard me chatting to Catherine Clifford just a few moments ago at the Lansdowne, who's just done fantastic things here to support the air show in terms of providing rooms for the crews. We were chatting to Joe Pasquale yesterday, who is being hosted by Trafalgar Theatres, and they are our headline sponsors. They are supporting also Richard Goodwin in his pit special. But without all those additional sponsors, Bruford's, Castleview Cords, Environment, the Southeast Environmental Services, Elite Medical, Euro Self-Drive, Idverde, and many, many more radio, Neighbourhood, Stagecoach, a whole string of them all in your program there. It is just terrific, as well as the fabulous support that this air show always gets from the British military. And up on the Western Lawns, there's some brilliant things for you to climb in and out of, chat to, helicopters, and also equipment to have a play with. Maybe you'll even pick up some food from the Royal Air Force catering department as well. So make the most of all that during the course of the afternoon. We will be taking a bit of a break around about 2:30. That is flexible at the moment, depending on the Battle Britain Memorial flight getting one or two of their aircraft back in the air. But we will certainly be seeing them in one guise or another. Well, just a couple of minutes to go now. So just a short break while we set everything, make sure the airspace is clear. Guys are ready, and very shortly the radios will break into life. Now, just before we start, a reminder that if you're listening on our FM channel, 87.7, you can also, if you wish, see this visually on your smart devices, whatever they may be, by going to aeroview.tv. We have a young fellow called Luke up on the roof of the cafe behind me. He's doing a fantastic job up there in all weathers every year, bringing the visual effects to you as well. So our great support to him as well. As I say, aeroview.tv if you want to watch it as well as listening to it, but you can't make it down to the seafront, which is where we'd really like to see you. Okay, it is time to get the show on the road. So thank you once again for joining us. And to open the show this afternoon, we have the first contribution from the Royal Air Force. To tell you all about that, please welcome Flying Officer Seb Wilson.
Good afternoon, everyone here at Eastbourne. As Georgia said, my name is Flying Officer Seb Wilson. I am the tutor display manager and commentator for this season. And you might think, why is the RAF displaying a small training aircraft? Well, it's because it's the most accessible aircraft, especially for young people, primarily the Air Cadets and the University Air Squadron. It's very hard for young people to look up into the sky and see the BBMF, the Red Arrows, the Typhoon display, and picture themselves in it. Whereas the Typhoon, if they're aged between 13 and 20 years old, they can very literally be in that aircraft that year. And that's really what we're here about. The tutor is right in front of us there. As you can see, we've got the yellow one with us here today. I'll launch into my spiel as it scampers across the sky like a gazelle. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the 2025 Royal Air Force Tutor Display. As he pulls up, he converts his speed into height to perform his first maneuver, the hammerhead. The tutor display pilot this year is Flight Lieutenant Bob Dews. He was born in Carmarthen, South Wales, and started his flying career in the Royal Air Force in 1989, flying the Queen of the Skies, the VC-10. He then became a search and rescue pilot on the Sea King. From the end of this half horizontal, Bob is now pushing negative 2G, leveling the aircraft upside down for an inverted pass. I have sat in on this maneuver, and it's deeply uncomfortable hanging in your straps for that long period of time. This is Bob's second year with the tutor display. He's operating at a base height of 300 feet, except for the two final passes at just 100 feet. Displaying the tutor requires careful energy management due to its particularly low power-to-weight ratio. Now into two ballistic rolls. He can use this to gain energy for the next sequence of the display. When not displaying the tutor, Bob is a qualified flying instructor, or QFI, on 115 Squadron based at RAF Wittering, where he trains frontline pilots into fellow tutor QFIs. During his very varied career, Bob has amassed over 8,000 flying hours on 15 different aircraft types. This represents almost a full year in the air. After this half Cuban, Bob will enter a 4-point roll. It's an excellent photo opportunity. In the 4-point roll, he delicately uses the rudder to support the nose above the horizon whilst flying at 90-degree angles of bank. The tutor has a top speed of 212 miles per hour or 185 knots and can achieve maximum positive 6G, meaning that the pilot is subjected to forces 6 times that of gravity. Next, another wingover, a combined pitching and rolling maneuver used to turn the flight path through 180 degrees. You'll notice that every wingover is slightly different as Bob carefully selects his flight path to cater for differing wind conditions and aircraft energy states. Due to its composite material, the tutor is very affected by the wind, so it's a very skillful display to keep on the line. The tutor now rolls 90 degrees while pointing straight up before completing a stall turn at almost 0 airspeed. The two 90-degree turns allow Bob to continue in the same direction. The Grob Tutor is operated by No. 6 Flying Training School in partnership with Babcock International, primarily flying University Air Squadron students and RAF Air Cadets. There are 13 air experience flights across the UK that offer flights to up to 20,000 cadets each year. This could be you if you're between 13 and 20 years old. 50 air cadets a year are now being selected and taught to fly the tutor up to solo standard, flying it on their own. Coming back in, Bob will now enter a slow roll. This unique yellow and black tutor was originally a trial paint scheme to provide a high contrast, but now it's been a favourite at air shows, so we've decided to keep it. It's been nicknamed the Bumblebee. Our other display aircraft has the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund heart on its belly, seen since 2022 to celebrate this fantastic charity. The Benevolent Fund supports Royal Air Force personnel, air cadets and veterans wherever they're in need. We're so proud to raise awareness for a charity that gives so much to the whole of the RAF family. Visit our tent, website, or view our tutor display leaflets to access a QR code to donate. For those of you that are considering going to university, as we've just had A-level results day, there are 15 university air squadrons across the UK. On the squadrons, students are taught to fly the tutor by highly experienced military flying instructors, like Bob. It is worth mentioning that the UAS syllabus is 80 hours long and does include solo aerobatics. Members are not committed to a military career after graduation, although many do decide to join the Royal Air Force. Now in the high energy section of the display with a derry turn, quarter clover, and now a loop. Quintessential aerobatic maneuvers. Today, the Royal Air Force is recruiting for multiple rewarding and demanding professions and has an exciting future with the continued development of our airborne early warning aircraft and combat, utility and maritime patrol, as well as UK Space Command. Now joined by the E7 Wedgetail at RIAT and now also remotely piloted capabilities with Protector, there's never been a more exciting time to join the Royal Air Force. The high tempo of operations continues today with aircraft and personnel deployed around the world, operating with NATO and our other allies. Visit the RAF website to find out more about our professions, including but not limited to aircrew, air operations controllers, engineers, medics, cyberspace specialists, and many more. Bob will now enter the final section of our display with an oblique loop and a half Cuban. The oblique loop puts the aircraft in plan form to the crowd twice, so it's an excellent photo opportunity. I'd like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our supporters and sponsors this season. They are the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, Babcock International, Runway 25, and of course the Lansdowne Hotel. If you've got any good photos of the tutor across any of the days here at Eastbourne, please tag our social media and send them to us. We'd be more than happy to repost your photos, with your permission, of course. Bob's now bringing the tutor around for his departing wave. It's a final great photo opportunity, and yes, he will be able to see you waving. A big thank you to Eastbourne Airshow 2025 for hosting us today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2025 Royal Air Force Tutor Display.
Marvellous. Come on, give him a huge wave off there. He's doing his best to give you a wave, good way. And it's a nice way to pick up your appreciation as well. Fantastic start to the afternoon. Our thanks to Seb for all that, and we look forward to seeing him again tomorrow.
See you then.
Rightio. Okay, you take care, and the rest of you out there just get settled in. If you just joined us, do pick up a program, won't you? It's really good quality. It's also very, very good value. £10 with some terrific photography inside it, but of course all the detail you need to plan your day as well. And that includes tonight. There's a surprising amount going on around the town this evening, including a fabulous new themed party after burn, or air burn as it's going to be colloquially known. And that takes place at the Town Hall. I've no idea how many tickets are still available for that, but it certainly sounds a great deal of fun and certainly worth checking out as well. The Western Lawns and the whole exhibition and trading area will remain open until 6 o'clock this evening as well. So you'll have time after the end of flying this afternoon to spend plenty of time there as well. Do get the children to say hello to the Air Bears, Ace and Amy as well. They've got some great souvenirs and goodie bags for sale and free stickers for the kids. Great way to entertain them throughout the course of the afternoon. Do please keep a hold of all your belongings and make sure it includes your litter as well. We'd love you to dispose of that sensibly and also help us to reduce waste by using, of course, all the recycling points that are available on the Western Lawns or elsewhere throughout the town, such as the Lifeboat Museum. They're all kindly provided by Environment First. Well, we've got an all-time seafront favourite coming your way very, very shortly in the guise of one example of the well-known Wingwalker team. They'll be with us, hopefully, in the next couple of minutes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time to look up in the sky. High in your right-hand side there, you will see a magnificent, historic, almost vintage aircraft, certainly very, very well known across the world. One of the great contributors to pilot training, certainly in the mid-war years, and now here creating what is very much the ethos of those barnstorming years during the interwar years, of course. On the stairmans, please welcome the Era Superbatic Wingwalkers. Diving down now to gain a lot more energy before putting up into the first maneuver. And if you get a really close look, you can see there's a little girl on the top of the wing, and she's just hanging on upside down in that harness now, as Dave Barrell, who's piloting this today, with all his massive experience on these aircraft, really safely maneuvering this around the sky. Just such a beautiful, beautiful thing to see along the seafronts. Putting a big bit of rudder in there now as he gets to the top of that stall turn, running out of airspeed, and now using that descent to get a bit more energy, as well as the speed and power from the engine to do the next maneuver. Here he goes, kicking it, another stall turn. And all the time, young Emma up on the top there is braving her way through winds up to 150 miles an hour, whilst performing a number of acrobatic maneuvers. These incredibly famous aircraft, really, really strong, very, very robust. This one, however, somewhat modified, and that is mainly to carry on the weight of carrying somebody on a wing. You can imagine that will create a fair bit of drag, and hence a huge engine in there on the front end. Normally, they'd be earlier, certainly versions would be powered by something like a large Locoming, but this, an R985 Pratt & Whitney Wasp Junior, a really superb engine. Again, developed itself in the 1930s. And they're just hesitatingly holding it briefly as he comes out of that roll upside down once again. Emma, not in the slightest bit fussed. There you see her performing, and again, once again, beautiful, beautiful sold. High, literally holding it and hanging it through that barrel roll. And certainly fitting for Dave Barrell to be doing it himself today. So the 985 produces around 450 horsepower, and when the levers are all fully forward, the tips, and it's a big 9-foot standard Hamilton propeller, gives you almost supersonic sounds when the tips reach those particular speeds. Hence that wonderful rasping sound. Trading smoke, as always, lots of reasons for having smoke on this aircraft, not just aesthetics, but that's all environmentally friendly stuff. Just a version of baby oil, something like Ondina. And you will know this family of aircraft who've been entertained by them over many, many decades now, as the Crunches, the Ginos, the Utterly Buttleys, and all based at Vic Norman Stable up in a beautiful Royal Flying Corps airfield called Raincombe in Gloucestershire, where he's been operating these aircraft for some many, many years. And here we have go at the bumps now. So imagine you're driving along a road with a series of little railway bridges on them. Then you can imagine what it is like for Emma on the top here to be experiencing that, as all her stomach and the blood rushes one way up to her head, and then on coming out, pulling up again, then the G reverses into positive, and that's a lot more comfortable feeling. In addition to the additional power from this particular engine, these aircraft are also fitted with extra ailerons as well, and that gives it a lot more maneuverability. But coming in now from the left, Emma lying on her side. If there are any young girls here fancy doing that, it is very competitive, I can assure you, to get into the team. They don't have many vacancies, but now and again you'll see one advertised. Generally speaking, they're looking for smallish, lightweight individuals who've had some gymnastic or acrobatic experience. A lot of the girls performed in circuses, in dance schools and the like. And all the pilots, years and thousands of hours of experiences behind them, so all safely done. And you can do this yourself. You heard me chatting to Catherine Clifford earlier on this morning, and she was bought a Wingwalk for her birthday not so long ago, and you just go to aerosuperbatics.com website or to go wingwalking.com, and you too can have a go at this yourself. Yes, they are the magnificent men in their flying machines, loving every bit of it. When they fly by and they're going to do a few of these, then you can give them a wave as well, because that just shows your appreciation. You see there, Emma right up the front edge of the upper wing, and Dave in the rear seat of the two cockpits. It's just one of the most thrilling, and I think one of the most enjoyable seaside air displays that we have in the UK. Taking us back just after the war, some extraordinary individuals had a go at this. Orma Locklear was one of them back in 1918. And he actually started the wingwalking experience by trying to fix something on one of his wings whilst actually still flying the aircraft. So quite an achievement. And then, of course, all the daredevil antics started. But this very, very safe indeed, very well rehearsed. Slightly different position there. You see Emma waving to her. She's got a foot right in front of David's nose. And she does that, of course, as to a bit of balancing. Coming down now in one of their unique maneuvers that the girls like to refer to as the arabesque. Not just holding that contortion. Now you can imagine doing that in the gym. It's difficult enough doing it there, isn't it? But when you're flying through the air at around 100 miles an hour, that's a pretty unique combination. So their fitness and strength absolutely key to being a successful wingwalker. Now, although she's out of the rig, she still has a safety harness fitted, and that will enable her to get back into her own cockpit, which is the forward one, just ahead of where Dave is sitting. And that'll make it safe enough for them to give you a good farewell flyby as well. So you know what to do on this one. This is their final pass coming up. He's already waving his wings from the left to the right. Another wonderful airborne Mexican wave to bid Emma and Dave, the Aero Superbatics Wingwalkers, a marvelous display. Thanks for coming, guys. Really, really well done. Superb. Well, I just hear them signing off on the airwaves. Something very different coming up shortly. We're just clearing the airspace, making sure that we're safe to continue, and then something very different for you. Certainly one of my favorite aircraft coming up next, and it's meaty, it's powerful, massively successful development during the latter stages of the Second World War. In the hands today of an ex-Army Air Corps pilot, who, one of my colleagues from that organization as well. Look out and listen out for the fabulous P-51D Mustang. Just waiting for final clearance now. He's been on the air, ready to go. And I believe the one of the very first appearances of this aircraft back in the United Kingdom, recently refurbished and recently brought back here as well, and now just a real pleasure to be seen on the circuits. Got a very interesting backstory, and Steg himself, you may well have heard his name, Alistair Williams, associated with the Rolls-Royce Spitfire over the last few years, now working at Biggin Hill, doing something completely different. So, eyes to the skies, looking up, and please welcome the P-51D Mustang. Yes, easily one of the most successful long-range fighter escorts of World War II. Not an instant success, designed for the British in only 120 days to meet their requirement to purchase more fighters. The first Mustangs were actually built with Allison engines. And whilst they were okay at low altitudes, those variants were considered underpowered and disappointing at higher altitudes. Happily, in late 1942, the aircraft was transformed when in the UK, Rolls-Royce Merlin engines were tested in place of the Allison. This particular model, 1944 51D, painted to look like Captain William Wisner's Moonbeam McSwine. One of the blues-nosed aircraft, and more on that later on, and associated very much with the American Air Force and 487th Fighter Squadron based here in England at Bodney. Once developed through the B and C models, the D, with its perfect marriage of engine and platform, made the P-51D with its bubble canopy and 6 guns one of the most iconic and potent fighters of all time. Steg putting it through its paces in a very graceful manner, not overexerting it, of course. We want to preserve these aircraft for many, many decades to come. Wide arcing turns, gentle rolls, and nothing too excessive on the G meter either. And there you see the colour scheme and livery of Moonbeam McSwine. Wisner actually joined the 487 Fighter Squadron in England in 1943. He achieved 15.5 aerial victories in World War II, making him a triple ace, and became an ace in the Korean War, flying the F-86 Sabre after that. He served two tours in Vietnam, and not eventually retiring until 1989. The name and description of this comes from a character in the Little Abner comic strip series, which ran for 43 years in the US. Moonbeam was a beautiful, unkempt, lazy woman who preferred the company of pigs instead of people. In the Royal Air Force, it initially served as a fighter bomber and also a reconnaissance aircraft, later becoming a bomber escort in raids over Germany, helping the Allies gain air superiority from 1944 and seeing action against Japan in the Pacific as well. P-51D's range was an incredible 2,000 miles, thanks to its huge fuel capacity of 1,000 litres internally and the ability to carry an additional 815 litres in drop tanks. Equally impressive was a level maximum speed of 430 miles an hour at 25,000 feet and a maximum diving speed of 500 miles an hour and a service ceiling of just under 42,000 feet. During the Korean War, the Mustang was the main fighter for the United Nations, but was soon replaced by jet fighters like the F-86. But it then became a ground attack plane and stayed in service with some air forces right up until the early 1980s. The Mustang was cheap to produce, fast, well-made and durable. The most famous version, this P-51D, originally fitted with the Packard V1650 engine, was armed with 6.50 caliber machine guns. Came out of the famous Inglewood factory of North American Aviation in 1944. And was recently acquired by Warbird Experiences, the Spitfire company at Biggin Hill, where Steg himself has just joined that company, and no doubt carrying a daily smile on his face as well, and not something that Army pilots get to do very often. So I think he's particularly pleased, having come through that genre as a previous Blue Eagles display pilot on the Lynx helicopter. And while he's flying, it's worth remembering ourselves, of course, the massive support that the United States Army Air Force made to the Second World War, not just with the B-17 fleet in East Anglia and the daylight bombing raids, which were particularly demanding on the crews and the aircraft, of course. But the importance of having fighter escorts like this, which were able to penetrate deep into enemy territory. A lovely topside pass from Steg, as he's known to his chums. Just completing what has been the most delightful display. Lovely to see that aircraft back in the circuit. So here now on his final pass, do give him a massive wave off, Alistair Steg Williams in the P-51D Mustang. So he just signs off in the background here, which is marvellous news. He's actually based at Biggin Hill for the course of this weekend, and we're just looking out now briefly and listening on the airwaves for the next absolutely delightful demonstration of vintage aircraft display flying to perfection in the hands of Richard Ward, a combination of historic Belgian stroke French aircraft called a Stampe, coming your way very, very shortly. Halfway through this day, coming up in the next half hour with the Stampe formation, the Battle Brit Memorial flight, and our friend from Norway in the Vampire. That'll take us up to a bit of a tea break, give you a chance to top up all the needs for the next couple of hours or so before a rip-roaring second half. So those wonderful words, clearance to commence display, and running in, look high on your left-hand side to see this wonderful formation of Stampe aircraft. They developed very much originally as a Belgian two-seat trainer, and also a touring biplane, designed by two individuals, Jean Stampe and Maurice Vertonghen. They met in the Belgian Air Force during the First World War, and in 1923 they formed the Stampe and Vertonghen Company at Antwerp. The aircraft built there, but also built under license in France and French Algeria as well. Starting off with a gentle formation in their familiar box 4, led by Richard Ward. Richard started out as a young air trafficker, along with a colleague of ours upstairs, Ian Revel there, and they spent some early days on private flying. Richard went on to fly Super Pumas out in the North Sea and leads this very elegant display here today in brightly coloured, beautiful aircraft. Rolling out from that 360-degree turn now, you'll see the formation change. Coming back in now from the right-hand side, number 4, streaming smoke in echelon formation. It's very much a team made up of Richards. Richard Ward in number 1, second place, Ricard Berliand, Richard Meredith in the 3rd aircraft, and bringing up the tail, Roger Bishop. And good to see him back in full form as well. One of the delights of this aircraft is just the small amount of space that they use and how they keep it essentially focused right in your eyes for you to experience. The carefree handling is a delightful aircraft. It was designed as a trainer, won a contract to supply the Belgian Air Force initially with 300 aircraft, and then followed up during 39 and afterwards by the French Air Force for 600 of this particular variant. The smoke, not just aesthetic, of course, and indeed environmentally friendly, but also very, very useful as a safety measure to ensure positioning and sight lines are constantly met throughout the course of the display. A bit of wing waggling. Most of the maneuvers here are actually controlled by either a waggle maneuver or by hand signals led by Richard at the sharp end of the formation. Breaking now into a typical tail chase. At the outbreak of the World War, 40 aircraft had been produced in Antwerp and also by Farman in France, but few aircraft survived the war. The French manufacturing company SNCAN produced another 700 Stamps. It was quite a run, with over 1,000 eventually being built and not retiring from frontline usage until 1975. You can see from the handling characteristics, it's an excellent aerobatic trainer as well. Keep your eyes to the right-hand side now as they come by in a different formation called the Swan. The Stampe became a stalwart of aerobatic competitions both in France and the rest of Europe. Much love for the harmonized light and effective controls. Very different, but frequently confused with the Tiger Moth, in that the Stampe has a tail wheel, reasonably effective brakes, and an extra set of ailerons to produce increased roll rates. Probably the most well-known Stampe airshow in the past was that of the Rothmans formation team that operated 4 of these in the early 1970s, prior to changing to the Pitt Special and the legendary Neil Williams, who came second in the final Lockheed Trophy with one of these aircraft here today. And you can see a little bit of bumping about there. That wind's quite frisky, giving him a bit of an extra challenge, but easily corrected. Now back in their box formation. Keep your eyes peeled as they reposition for one of their definitive breaks, and a great camera opportunity it is as well. So stand by, coming up. Here we go, pulling up first of all for the beautiful Prince of Wales break. So most of these guys know each other particularly well from the Tiger Club experiences some decades ago, and they've all built a lot of both airline knowledge between them and general aircraft handling, as you see here today. Behind Richard Ward, Richard Meredith. He had a grandfather who learned to fly in the Great War and was inspired by the adventures of Biggles. Joined the school CCF at the age of 18, went on to train in the Chipmunk. And once again, he found his nose for the future in flying at the Tiger Club and also flying with the great Turbulent team as well. Behind him, Richard Burliant, inspired also by a grandfather who'd been flying with the Royal Fleet, the Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm during World War II. And he went off to the USA and got his private pilot's license over there before then getting a commercial license as well. And bringing up the rear, Roger Bishop. Been a flying nut, he reckons, since he went to his, or listening to his father's wartime adventures as a rear gunner in Bomber Command. And what a perilous job that was. Beautiful line astern formation now from left to right. Going through into a left-hand turn. The formation will complete its flying before then Richard takes the skies individually to do his own solo aerobatic sequence. Just as we saw with the Stearman aircraft from Aero Superbatics earlier on, the Stampe formation display team flying in the finest traditions of classical barnstorming aviation from the 30s to 40s. 4 open cockpit aircraft, aerobatic biplanes flying up to 130 miles an hour and able to keep this very, very tight formation right in front of you. But now the formation reshaping, reconfiguring back into its final break now. So keep your eyes peeled, be prepared, photographers out there at the ready for the Bishop break. So 3 aircraft positioning now into stream. They'll be flying up into wind for a couple of waving flybys, whilst the leader, Richard Ward, you can see him climbing up to altitude over on your left-hand side there to commence his solo aerobatic display. And there he is, tipping in. Always important. You heard me talking about energy management earlier on, and he's asked me to set this to his own personal choice of music here today. And it may not be completely blue, but it's good enough for these guys. It's certainly clear. And here they go, the first of the wave bys as Richard goes upside down in his solo demonstration. And I think you'll agree, it's just a tremendous display of this aircraft. The main three pilots, two Richards and a Roger there, just giving you the wave off. Yes, wonderful to see you all waving back to them again. I know they're thoroughly enjoying this as Richard Ward now dives in head on to you to pull up into his next maneuver. It's wonderfully mesmerizing stuff, isn't it? You can always feel the enjoyment that Richard's got in that aircraft at the moment. So elegantly, literally pitching it through its places. A wonderfully benign aircraft in many, many ways, but able to perform some excellent aerobatics with style and panache. Oh, and just wonderfully hanging at the top of that loop there. What a, making that little quarter turn there, and into what we call a quarter clover. Going out back into, I think it's a stall turn this time, so a big bit of rudder there from his right foot going in. Just leading the aircraft over on its wings edges. Through another loop, stretching back, looking back over his head, holding it there once again for a moment before then 180 degrees. Back out to sea. Bringing all the romance. What a delightful aircraft this is. And exactly on cue there. Now Richard just completing his sequence. He'll be giving you one more fly past. And then he'll be joining up with his teammates. So you've been watching the Stampe formation team, and a lovely wave by here. 3 Richards and a Roger sailing off into the wild blue yonder. And we look forward very much to a slightly sunnier day tomorrow. Oh, just catching it. Nice one for the photographers there. If you caught that, the sun just breaking through, bringing out the colors of the top of Richard's aircraft. Lovely display indeed. Well, we've just got a few minutes break now. Give me an opportunity to just catch up on the condition and formation of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. That'll be coming up very, very shortly. That'll be followed by our visitor from Norway. Well, the good news is that I've been told the BBMF are inbound very, very shortly, which is excellent news. They had a few technical difficulties over the last couple of days, and that has all been sorted thanks to the wonderful fleet of aircraft they've had, or they still operate, with one of the Mark 19s bringing down some well-needed spares the early part of this morning. So another real treat coming our way, particularly as we are commemorating a couple of notable anniversaries. If you look out to the right-hand side now, you'll see them just coming into position. Slightly different formation from what we're used to. This coming in now with a pair of Hurricanes, quite aptly in many ways, having commemorated VJ 80 yesterday, but also, very notably, this is also the 85th anniversary year of the Battle of Britain. And it was quite interesting. I don't know if you caught the interview on Radio 2 this morning, but Dermot O'Leary was chatting to John Romain, one of this country's most experienced Spitfire pilots, talking about his preparations to celebrate this anniversary. But right now, let us welcome, for all the right reasons, lest we forget, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Formed back in the mid-50s out of the 3 remaining Mark 19 Spitfires. The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight has grown from strength to strength and constantly fielding literally hundreds and hundreds of displays and outings and flypasts during every summer season around the United Kingdom and in Europe as well. Only yesterday commemorating VJ 80 at the National Arboretum. A real pleasure to have them here today, along a coastline that would have seen much activity during not just the Battle of Britain, but also the entire period of the war. Flanked with 2 Mark II-C Hurricanes, the mighty Lancaster. One of only 2 flying in the world, the other one in Canada. And it was here at Eastbourne some 10 years ago that we saw that aircraft flying in formation with this Lancaster. A wonderful achievement for airborne at the time. The Lancaster, easily the most famous and successful Royal Air Force heavy bomber of World War II. A legend living on, of course, and a testament and commemoration memorial to the many crews. A huge number of them who didn't make it through. Over 125,000 actually served in Bomber Command during World War II, and well over 70,000 of them became casualties, being killed, wounded, shot down, or made prisoners of war. Prototype took to the air in January 1941, but was delivered later that year. On Christmas Eve, would you believe, to number 44 Squadron at Waddington, followed very, very swiftly afterwards to 97 Squadron at Woodhall Spa. Formation being led today by Squadron Leader Seb Davey, a massively experienced Royal Air Force pilot on heavy lift aircraft. He and many of the others volunteering at their weekends to bring these massively important aircraft around for you, the British public, to see them. Just braking now in the far distance on the right-hand side. Mark Sugden and Al Luckings braking in the 2 Hurricanes to give us a few moments to savour the pleasures of each aircraft type. Keep your eyes peeled now as the Lancaster just waits over on the right-hand side. An opportunity for you photographers out there to capture a pair of Hurricanes. The only 2 that the Battlebridge Memorial Flight is currently operating. But a large assembly of them is planned should you be going to Duxford in early September. Considerable meeting for all the available Hurricanes and Spitfires in the country. The Hawker Hurricane, one of the classic fighters of all time, at the forefront of Britain's defence in 1940, but also playing a major part in achieving victory right through to VJ 80 in 1945. Designed by the extraordinary Sidney Cam, one of many great designers at the time, alongside Mitchell with a Spitfire and of course Roy Chadwick on the Lancaster. He went on to design the Typhoon, the Tempest, the Hunter and the Harrier as well, in a remarkable career for a designer. The Hurricane made its first flight in November 35 and started deliveries to the Royal Air Force just before Christmas in 1937 to 111 Squadron at Northolt. It was the first British monoplane 8-gun fighter, the first Royal Air Force aircraft to exceed 300 miles an hour in level flight, and the first production fighter with a retractable main undercarriage. These 2 aircraft, 363 and 865, both built at the famous Hawker factory at Langley near Slough. Both amongst the last Hurricanes to enter service of the Royal Air Force, and 865 being the last Hurricane ever built. It's rolled off the production line there in 1944 in July with inscription, "The last of the many." And whilst we are commemorating this year with 2 Hurricanes in the sky, it is an opportunity to remember just one of the many pilots that took part in the Battle of Britain. On this very day in 1940, during an air battle over Southampton, Flight Lieutenant James Nicholson was wounded when his Hawker Hurricane was struck by a cannon fire from a Messerschmitt Bf 110. Flames engulfed his cockpit, but he pressed home an attack and succeeded in shooting down another German fighter before bailing out himself with severe burns. And for this act of exceptional courage, Nicholson became the only member of Fighter Command to be awarded the Victoria Cross during the Second World War. The announcement and accompanying citation was published in a supplement to the London Gazette in November 1940. Where the King acknowledged that he was pleased to confer the Order of the Victoria Cross to this officer in recognition of his most conspicuous bravery in a hurricane. Flight Lieutenant James Brindley Nicholson, number 249 Squadron. Very apt that we should remember that individual on this very day, 85 years ago. As of course, during the Battle of Britain, Royal Air Force Fighter Command fielded more Hurricanes than Spitfires, and Hurricanes therefore achieved a similarly greater proportion of combat kills during the battle itself. A battle which lasted 114 days, and losing, sadly, 791 of the pilots out of the 2,300 that took part. Making way now for the mighty Lancaster. An outstanding bomber, absolutely perfect timing to achieve what was required during the course of that period. Could carry a maximum bomb load of 22,000 pounds with a level speed with a full load of 15,000 feet of 270 miles an hour. With a full bomb load, the aircraft had a range in excess of 1,500 miles. This particular aircraft, 474, was built at the Vickers Armstrong Broughton factory at Harden, up near Liverpool, and was completed on the 31st of May 1945. The war in Europe, of course, ended just a few weeks earlier than that, but this aircraft was modified for Far East operations against the Japanese as part of the Tiger Force, and was first flown in this configuration in August 1945. It's very apt we should have it here with us again this weekend, having yesterday given our own thoughts and commemoration to those who involved right up until the final day on the 15th of August 1945 in the Far East. So now as they reconfigure into line astern, great opportunity to see these aircraft close up for the final time this afternoon. In the spirit of their own motto, lest we forget. We recognize the sacrifice made by so many to enable us to enjoy the freedoms that we hold so precious today. To the wives, mothers, and girlfriends who saw their loved ones go off to war, many never to return, we salute you. Well, I understand we may just be able to get one more pass here, which is fantastic news and a great opportunity, and I think a very poignant moment. The countryside behind us here absolutely littered with crash sites. There are huge numbers of records and some excellent books written about the parts that this coastline played in monitoring the activity. Of course, not just the radar, but Royal Observer posts as well that would have monitored both the return and dispatch of our own aircraft and, of course, the advancing squadrons from enemy positions across the channel. And here now, the final pass from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Do please give them a massive wave off on what has turned out to be an extraordinary airborne and a tremendous memorial weekend for us all. Absolutely magnificent, and thank you so much for your support. Wonderful. Well, just one more thing to come now before we have a bit of a tea break, which is going to be of some interest, because I'm hoping to be chatting to Josh Babarindi, the local MP for here, who I'm aware of various dealings that we've touched upon in the past and also in Parliament, doing great things for Eastbourne. So coming up in the next few minutes, after just ensuring that we clear, you can hear the monitors in the background in my box here chatting away. Once we clear the airspace with the fighters, then we'll come up to the end of part one of today's air display with the fabulous Vampire FB52. Brought across to us with great pleasure from Ken Arkvila and the Norwegian Historical Air Force Squadron. And great news on the air. I hear a slight Norwegian accent and the wonderful phrases running in, which means he's been given clearance to commence his display. And you need to keep an eye out for this one. It's relatively small, but extremely interesting and vintage aircraft. From your left-hand side now, the Vampire FB52 from the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron. Now, very important and interesting contrast you're going to see during the course of the rest of the afternoon when you compare this early first generation jet to that of the current frontline Royal Air Force with the Typhoon later on in the day. The de Havilland Vampire, the name synonymous with it being a British jet fighter developed by the de Havilland Aircraft Company. Distinctive whine from that engine there, and more about that in a second. But this aircraft had the distinction of being the second jet fighter to be operated by the Royal Air Force after the Gloucester Meteor, and the first to be powered by a single jet engine. Work on it commenced very early in the 40s, however. Intended very much as an experimental aircraft, but for one that became suitable for combat, harnessing the continuing development and innovation of jet propulsion. The twin boom design, very key to the de Havilland design shop. Powered in this case by a Halford H1 turbojet engine, which was later named as the Goblin. Relatively conventional aircraft in other respects. And in the late, well, the mid-40s initially, and then coming out a little later on, decided to mass produce this aircraft as an interceptor for the Royal Air Force, with the first production Vampire entering operational service with the RAF late in 1946. A very large total, over 3,200 of these aircraft made, serving with many air forces, including our own Royal Air Force and Royal Navy, with a navalised maritime version, but not retiring from active service with the Rhodesian Air Force as late as 1979. Having proved its effectiveness, it became a rapid replacement for many of the old wartime piston engine fighter aircraft, and recognised for completing several firsts as well, various records such as being the first jet aircraft to traverse the Atlantic Ocean. It remained in frontline service with the Royal Air Force right up until 1953. During that time, however, it was reassigned to a variety of different roles, including ground attack missions and pilot training, eventually being replaced by another notable aircraft, the Follow-on Nat, of course, which became the mainstay of the early Red Arrows. It appeared in a huge variety of different nations and theatres and operational climates as well, deploying in combat, including the Suez Crisis, the Malayan Emergency, and the Rhodesian Bush War. This particular aircraft, however, an FB-52, was the export version of the Mark VI. Just over 100 of these were built, and 36 of them were exported to Norway, and they were used there between 1949 and 1957. Ken Arkvila, the man to thank for keeping this in the air, and his contribution to setting up and establishing the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron, with the aim to keep their vintage and history going as well for many generations to come. He's fortunate to have another one of these, a T-55 two-seater, and also seen here once before, the famous MiG-15 as well. Himself, he's a very experienced pilot, having done about 1,500 hours with the Norwegian military, and then gone in to fly the whole range of 737 aircraft with SAS Airlines. This aircraft he's brought today was built in Switzerland in 1952 under a license-built arrangement, and flown with the Swiss Air Force initially up until 1990. Went through several hands before being purchased and operated by the historic squadron based at Riga Air Base. That's just south of Oslo. And the beady-eyed amongst you will have spotted the new colour scheme. Ken is incredibly good at commemorating the association with our own British military. And on the left-hand side of the fuselage, he has markings of number 3 Squadron, and on the right-hand side, number 72 Squadron. Both those squadrons were previous Vampire squadrons, both still active today, of course, with number 3 Squadron at Coningsby and 72 Squadron at Valley. Smallish aircraft, as you can see, but quite effective. This just a crew of one, powered by that de Havilland Goblin engine there, giving just 3,350 pounds. Sadly, already getting to the end of his display and performing of his final flight pass. Compare that thrust available to him and the difficulties and the difference in design between that generation 1 and that of the Typhoon you will see later on, with 40,000 pounds of thrust. But this aircraft able to be armed as well with 4 20mm guns or 8 3-inch rockets or 2 500-pound bombs. Given his topside farewell pass now, Ken Arkvila in the Norwegian Vampire. And a very gentle and delightful way to end part 1 of today's third day of the Eastbourne Airshow. And he's just signing off in the background there. You can probably hear my monitors babbling away. Just a reminder then, if you've just joined us, a massively warm welcome to you for coming to join us here at Airborne once again. 31 years of this fabulous air show, beautiful part of the countryside, and a great theatre for all sorts of aviation, but with a little touch of commemoration and memorial flying as well. We're going to see the biggest and the best performing over the next couple of hours. An opportunity now for the next 45 minutes or so to top up on teas, coffees, and any other requirements you may well have. Take a trip round the Western Lawns, perhaps. Talk to some of the military crews that are there. Get yourself an ice cream. Oh, that reminds me, mine hasn't arrived yet. No need for the flake. Ah, there we go. Chance would be nice, wouldn't it? Lovely to see you all. Lovely to see so many smiley faces, and lots of them very familiar from my previous years here. Absolutely delightful to be back at Airborne. And do what you can, please, to keep the show on the road. It's very, very hard work. You've heard me chatting to various people over the last few days, Councillor Jenny Williams and Catherine Clifford earlier on. I'm hoping to be joined by Josh Babarindi, your local MP, in the next few minutes as well, to catch up with him on what we can all do to keep this fantastic event going and keeping Eastbourne on the map as a destination place to visit at any time of the year, but particularly while there's an air display going on. Well, interesting enough, we've got an important message from the lifeguards. I hadn't noticed it, but the red flags have been raised, which means no swimming is advised. No swimming is advised. At the same time, would you please also, if you can, move off the steps? We need to keep all the steps on and off the beach open so that people can make their way through to wherever they want to go, or to just get onto the beach. So please bear that in mind. But the main thing is the red flags are flying, and swimming is now not advised, and preferably not recommended in the slightest. So thank you very much for adhering to that. Right now, there's a lot going on here. We're obviously preparing for the second half of the show, and I'm about to say hello to what has become a distant friend and colleague, your own MP and local grown home boy, Josh Babarindi. So we're just going to set him up with the appropriate headwear because we're a very fashionable outfit here in the commentary box. And Josh, I have to say, it's a real pleasure to see you again. How has your year been?
Oh, it's fantastic to come and join you. And it has been a busy year serving as Eastbourne's MP. Over the last year, all sorts have happened. I mean, my team and I have opened cases for 11,253 times, supporting people with housing issues, education issues, access to the NHS, all sorts and everything in between, and campaigning to help get our midwifery unit at the DGH reopen for births. I think this time last year I was
saw that in the paper myself. Well done.
About that, and the great work of our local midwives helped to achieve that, together with lots of public pressure on DGH bosses from myself and others. We have secured the return of the Eastbourne to London Bridge direct train.
And that is a real bonus.
Now, it will be huge.
Now, I hope the people of Eastbourne are going to make it work, because that is quite an achievement, isn't it? So when's that going to start?
So that is going to start in December. The 15th of December will be the first train. And I will be on that very first train. It's
brilliant.
6 in the morning, or thereabouts, sometime between 6 and 7.
MPs never go into work at 6 in the morning. Come on, you're pulling my leg.
I am an early riser, to my partner's displeasure occasionally, but I'm an early riser, and I hope that the people of Eastbourne will use that train as well, because I think it will be a case of use it or lose it, and it will be great in terms of connecting Eastbourne directly into the city of London. It also means that tourists from different parts of London will find it easier to come here, and indeed for Airborne next year. So it'll be a Monday to Thursday train in the first instance, and so joining for that Thursday.
Well, I mean,
fantastic.
That's interesting, isn't it? A lot of my mates who are currently working in town, they call themselves twats, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, because they don't go in Monday and Fridays. So I hope your Monday service is full up as well, and not just
Yes,
Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday.
I very much hope so.
But how our working culture has changed. It's extraordinary, isn't it? A lot of it generated through COVID as well. But nonetheless, I'm a great supporter. I think we should do way more in terms of public transport. We're barely touching the surface, I think. I mean, you go back several decades and it was the way we all operated. You only got to go back to my childhood and, well, basically we didn't have cars anyway, so we had to use public transport. And great sustainability.
Well, this is it, and sustainability is such an important theme that, public transport can help us to achieve all year round, but of course, particularly for Airborne as well. We want to make sure that Airborne is as sustainable as possible for the future, and loads of work has been done to help achieve that. So, when it comes to the planes, and I know this has been mentioned a number of times today, but the planes only emit 3.7% of the emissions that go towards
it's very
Airborne.
small. We did a huge. You're aware of some of my activities in the national level. I support and actively lobby on behalf of UK events and organisations like that, supporting what we do in a sensible manner, and you're a grateful support. But one of the other things you've done, just looking at your record, you have really put Eastbourne on the map inside the Houses of Parliament, haven't you? I mean, you're up and down like a yo-yo.
I am bobbing up and down to ask questions on behalf of our town on all sorts of issues. Issues around international events and conflict across the world, calling for piece where we can, but also on a hyper-local level, raising things like the appalling odour that has been coming from Pooh Castle at the other end of the seafront, calling for Southern Water to get their act together. And in fact, today, I've been out with my team collecting signatures with a view to trying to clear up our seas, our waterways, our air from the likes of some of these water companies that are taking us for
Do you know,
granted.
I often go to the Isle of Wight and I download a thing called the sewage app.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's actually really, really useful to know when is a good time to swim and not to swim. It's very sad to have, but actually it's very appropriate.
Yeah.
Now, anyway, let's get back to Airborne if we can in a way.
Yeah.
Now, we missed each other in Parliament earlier in the year.
We did.
I was flying the flag for these events all across UK, but particularly things like the seaside air shows, where councils are always under a bit of pressure there. Now, I don't know whether you took I was very keen for you to get involved with the events APPBG, but I remember you saying at the time you're a great fan of supporting hospitality. Is that still the case?
Absolutely. I mean, 29% of jobs in Eastbourne are associated with tourism and hospitality. Hospitality was my way onto the career ladder. My first job was serving pizzas in Picasso's restaurant in the town centre.
Ah, what a top place.
It was a fantastic restaurant. The menu is still very much the same. I could tell you it inside and out. Penne arrabbiata or a penne salsiccia was often my favourite to go for it in my lunch break. And I did a few shifts on at Pablo's on the harbour as well. And today, hospitality remains a critical part of our local economy. And Airborne is so important to that because, of course, it is about the spectacle that takes place on our seafront. But across our town, things really reach a new level in terms of, restaurants are absolutely buzzing. The same is true of our bars and the rest. And, I really just want to shout out, especially to our independent businesses and organisations like the Chamber of Commerce or the Business Improvement District, the Eastbourne Hospitality Association.
The offers coming through. I had Catherine Clifford in here just an hour ago.
She's a legend.
Well, what a wonderful lady, and giving £10,000 worth of assistance in terms of rooms to this air show. That is brilliant. And what I love, the buy-in from the town seems to be immense, which has got to be a good thing.
Yeah, everyone loves Airborne. I mean, I've been coming to Airborne pretty much ever since I was born. I'm the same age as Airborne, and it's been a key part of my childhood, of my journey, of Eastbourne's journey. And, for so many folks, times have got really tough, especially when it comes to money and all that kind of stuff. And Airborne is, a free amenity for local people to access. An incredible festival, of, showcasing the great and good of our RAF and more. But it's also something that showcases the best of what Eastbourne has to offer in so many other ways. And it's great that it is a free show for everybody, and long may it continue.
Yeah, just touch on, interesting enough, you mentioned age, and one of the things I noticed when I was last up there doing a bit of lobbying for the events business was the average age of the parliamentarians seems to have come down by about 20 years. And I think it's very much a young person's sport now, isn't it? I mean, it's a tough thing to do. It can be very unpleasant as well. But actually, I was delighted with every single person I met there. It didn't matter what party they were in. They were young, engaging, keen to learn, keen to understand. And I salute your generation for doing that. It's fantastic. And I hope you're enjoying being surrounded by such people.
Yeah, Parliament is full of energy and ideas. And, away from the rough and tumble of politics that you often see at Prime Minister's questions and similar places, there's a lot of cross-party working, and the vast majority of MPs are people who love the area where they came from, like me, loving Eastbourne, where I'm born and bred. I was born in the DGH, and they want the best for their constituency. They want the best for our country. And so there's some campaigns that I've run working with MPs across the political spectrum to get stuff done. An example is an issue very close to my heart, is on domestic abuse. And our domestic abuse law is just failing to properly protect victims and survivors, mostly women victims and survivors. And I've brought together MPs from across the political spectrum, together with victim charities as well, to change the law. And the law is now set to better protect victims and survivors. So lots of cross-party working. It's
Can
fantastic.
you spare me another few minutes?
Of course.
Right, I'm just going to have a little short break, and then I'm going to get just a couple of key questions past you. Well, I hope you're enjoying your coffee break here. I'm having the most fascinating conversation with a man who's become a great colleague and friend, I know certainly of Eastbourne, but also of those of us that are supporting UK events in the United Kingdom. And he's right up the front there, passionate about his own roots here in Eastbourne, but also passionate about keeping this going ahead. Now, Josh, tricky one, difficult. You've mentioned economic pressures. Councils, definitely under scrutiny. How can we have confidence in the future of airborne under a reorganised council structure?
Really good question. So the government is changing the way that local councils work. They haven't quite decided what they want things to look like yet, but they know that they want things to be different in terms of council structures. And of course, it's Eastbourne Borough Council that facilitate airborne, working with lots of businesses and charities and more across our town. I can categorically say that for as long as I have the privilege of serving as Eastbourne's MP, I will fight tooth and nail for airborne year after year after year. It is such an important part of our town. It's an important part of our local economy, and we've got to make the business case for airborne. We need to get all of the figures together to demonstrate, just how much it contributes towards our economy. And of course, the government nationally is talking a lot about growth and wanting to expand our economy in that way, and jobs and more. We need to prove that airborne achieves that. I am confident airborne achieves that. I speak to businesses up and down our town who say airborne's like our Christmas. And that's when we do the most trade. I campaigned hard working alongside some local businesses at the top end of Terminus Road to ensure that the pedestrianised zone up there on Victoria Place was clear for airborne, and the BID, Chamber of Commerce, Eastbourne Borough Council, all really led along with those local businesses in putting on that pressure alongside myself too. So making the business case for airborne is how we preserve it, but also the way that we can all preserve it as visitors, as observers, as residents, is to go to airborne, to spend in our local businesses.
And that's one of the key questions I asked Councillor Jenny Williams yesterday, was really how do you place a value on it? Now, one of your competitor venues, Bournemouth, valued their show, which sadly isn't going to happen this year, at £30 million turnover. So I reckon you've got to be at least close to that figure here. And I think that's really important part of making that business case that you say. So somebody needs to get their head into the data, go mining that through all the things that are going on, all the traders, the turnover. I think conservatively, if every visitor here only spent £20 a day, given the hundreds of thousands you get over 4 days, it's going to be millions, isn't it?
Yeah, we are talking big numbers, and there are folks who are far smarter than I am, who have got all the algorithms and all the formulas to go and crunch those numbers and estimate just how much airborne generates for Eastbourne and for our town. And there are also things that are much more difficult to put a price on as well. I went to go and visit the local air cadets last week, and I spoke to some of the young people there, some of the cadets, about how they got involved. And they said, well, we went to Airborne last year, we saw the cadet stall, we thought it was fantastic, and we signed up, and here we are a year later. And these are folks who, going forward, want to join the RAF. And so the impact of Airborne on our armed forces, on the security of our country going forward, that is priceless. And no algorithm can tell us or can put a figure on that. So we need to make the case for the economics of Airborne. We've also got to make the case for the environmental side of Airborne, which I know the council is doing. And we also need to make a case for some of that stuff that we can't quite capture.
And we need buying from everybody, obviously. You've been out with the buckets earlier on today. Well done. Are you going to do some more?
So out bucket collecting later on, absolutely. As we see the rest of the air show, I've been out collecting signatures for my petition to get Southern Water to clear up our sea.
Good.
And I've been speaking to lots of the charities who are out there. Shout out in particular to Petra Barry and Bella at Combat Stress, who I've known for some time, who are doing great work raising the importance of supporting our veterans who may be experiencing challenges after leaving the forces. But thank you to all of you for being here, all of you for listening, all of you for supporting Airborne. When I'm out along the beaches later collecting, please do come and say hello, pop a penny or a pound or something more in the bucket to help raise money for local charity. Then you can pay with the QR code. There's no excuses now, George.
Absolutely
no
right.
excuses.
Okay, you've been listening to Josh Babarundi talking to me here, Smoky Bacon. Josh, an absolute pleasure. I'm so glad that you are representing Eastbourne. I have great faith that it's going to be a great future ahead. Thank you so much for joining me.
A pleasure and a privilege. Thank you.
Okay, goodbye. Let's move on. Only 20 minutes to go before we start flying again.
Thank you, George.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just say another reminder, please, that the red flags are flying. No swimming is permitted along the shore at the moment. Red flags are flying, and this has come from the lifeguards and the RNLI. Please, no swimming while the flags are flying. Thank you. And also, one other, if you could not sit on the steps going up and down to the beach so that people can move freely backwards and forwards. Thank you. Well, just a reminder that flying will recommence in approximately 10 minutes' time. So certainly early warning for you to get yourselves organised back in place. I hope you've enjoyed a tour around the Western Lawns or through the rest of the seafront areas as well. Got yourselves topped up with teas and coffees, and make sure that everybody's hydrated as well. It is still reasonably warm out there, despite not too strong, but there is a slow improvement in the sunshine rating, which is good news for the second half of the show, featuring some rip-roaring activity, including several frontline military representations here as well, from both the Royal Navy and more, of course, from the Royal Air Force as well. Pick up a programme if you haven't done so yet, and hopefully you're staying with us to entertain yourselves throughout the course of this evening as well around the town. Plenty going on there as well, local theatres and bandstand. And the lawns will remain open until 6 o'clock this evening. Well, just a few minutes to go now before we recommence flying, and a really outstanding part 2 of this third day of Airborne 2025. And we've been having some interesting chats as well. It's just great to see so many supporting it, and wonderful to know we have the confidence of both our local council and indeed our local MP, Josh, as well, supporting another 31 years of this great event. Coming up in the next hour and a bit, we've got Richard Goodwin in his jet pits, the wonderful Mark 19 Spitfire from Rolls-Royce, a touch of Royal Navy helicopter flying, a Strikemaster coming all the way down from the Liverpool area, the mighty Typhoon, and of course finishing off this afternoon with the Red Arrows. So I hear the airwaves breaking out now, which is very, very good news indeed, because that means we're getting very close to seeing our next act. And he's an extraordinary individual, totally committed and very, very passionate pilot and engineer as well. He spends literally hours and hours in his hangar up at Gloucester Staverton Airport, making the most of what is already a very, very good aerobatic aircraft, but making it faster, more furious, and much more dynamic than many of its predecessors in that class. So we're just resetting the safety parameters now, both in the air and at sea. And you can see our patrol boats are out there now, ensuring that we're ready to go for the second half. Just a reminder, please, to ensure that you keep all your belongings with you at all times during the course of the afternoon. That includes a special looking after any vulnerable adults you may have with you, and of course the children. Do pick up a wristband to help yourselves get reunited later in the day if you do. It's going to be a busy afternoon and evening around the town, so please plan. But right now, look up high in the sky. Well, in fact, he's coming in low level again today. He just made several changes. On your right-hand side, please welcome Richard Goodwin in the jet pits. This is a really dynamic, rib-roaring display that you're going to be treated to in the next few minutes. It's a highly modified Pit Special, an aircraft that goes way back to the mid-1940s and the invention of a guy called Curtis Pitts. And his idea was to produce an aircraft that would compete at the highest levels in aerobatic competitive flying, and it certainly has done. Really made his mark, was a hugely, hugely popular aircraft, and in this case flown by Richard Goodwin, who's had flying in his DNA for many, many decades. His father was a well-known hunter display pilot in the Royal Air Force, and Richard himself went on to fly the Tornado as well, before then becoming a commercial pilot. And here you can just see him warming up. And his repertoire is absolutely extraordinary. He's got a whole bag of different maneuvers in his head, which he can use at various stages during the course of the display. Although it's mapped out, he may make changes to amend for things like the wind. It would be a little bit bumpy up there as well today, with that wind just curling around from our left-hand side. Curtis Pitts began the design of this aircraft back in 1942 in Jacksonville in Florida. Powered by just a 90 horsepower Franklin engine at the time, it first flew in 1944. And for the following 25 years, actually constructed as a home-built aircraft only, before then going into more specialist designs. By 1962, the standard engine had been increased to 180 horsepower, and a symmetrical aerofoil had added to make the inverted flight characteristics the same as flying in normal upright characteristics. So that makes it a very, very flexible aircraft indeed. Immediately commanded ultimate aerobatic competitions way through to the 1970s. Many of our own famous teams like the Rothmans adopted the pits, having moved on from the earlier Stampe aircraft. Back in America, a lady called Betty Skelton made it equally famous with her little stinker. That was the little motto that Curtis Pitts used to put on many of his early aircraft, a little painting of a skunk. But now we're looking at the extreme end of the development of the Pitt Special with what Richard refers to as the muscle biplane. And muscle it takes to operate this, as well as being part of the entire description and shape of this particular machine. Powered by an enormous 6-cylinder 8.5 litre engine producing 300 horsepower. It's got a flying weight of just 750 kilograms and a top speed of over 200 miles an hour, capable of pulling +6 and -5. Amongst his range of maneuvers you'll see here, as well as multiple rolls, spins, is the double hammerhead or pinwheel, the tower of power, and torque rolls and backwards flights. It's also, as he started today, one of his unique characteristics is the high alpha knife edge flight. Once again, using smoke like so many others, but all environmentally friendly stuff. Really quite harmless. Very sharp pull there, and putting on the power, really snap when the G comes on like that, 5-6G, a monumental physical effort. But look, just hovering in the sky, using the wind now to keep him almost stationary in the sky. So the reason you can't hear, those of you who've seen it before, the distinctive sound of the jets is because they're under service and maintenance across in Holland at the moment. But I have to say, chatting to Richard, I still think he manages to perform at least 95% of his show as good without them anyway. But the only thing that misses is his ultimate hovering like a Harrier, and also the way he can extend and climb upwards by using that extra power from each of the engines. If he had all three on board, he'd get in somewhere in the region of 1,000 horsepower, which is quite substantial for an aircraft of this size and weight. He's built this aircraft over a 4-year period, incorporating all sorts of modifications that he tried to refine on his lovely old Union Jack G-Whiz aircraft. One major difference being the wing design, which is much larger, and also it's got massive ailerons, giving it more wing area and a phenomenal roll rate and better low-speed handling as well. Might look like an average pit special, and it is a pit special, but I'd be under no illusions. This one is very, very difficult. You can't buy one of these. You've got to make it in a workshop. A lot of modifications as well, apart from the wing and the ailerons, been added to the undercarriage with titanium sprung gear legs, and also a new shaped carbon cowling as well, reducing the overall weight and drag. Takes a lot of effort, a lot of training, and clearly he's right up there at the top of aerobatic performers. Really consummate professional, just going through a little bit of a quiet engine cooling period now. He'll also be getting his head together and his body ready for the next set and sequence of high energy maneuvers. Small aircraft like this, despite the amount of power they have on the front, still requires the additional energy from a descent to give them the upward trajectory to put in maneuvers. So this is a signal now, the smoke is on, he'll come down, he'll put in a few spiral turns, maybe the odd tumble, but all the time he is building up not just the speed, but also the energy, the momentum he will need for going upwards into another series of vertical maneuvers. Performance of both aircraft and pilot very much in the sort of F1 level activity. Not just fine-tuning every little bit of the aerofoils, but of course also your own bodily performance. You've got to train, you have got to have very strong muscles to be able to tense against the G-forces. There are no G mitigation measures or equipment he can take other than just squeezing his own muscles around his stomach and legs. Rolling it, very high speed all the way up there, just leveling off momentarily upside down, a little bit of pressure there as the blood pushes into his head. Here he is, trying to replicate that Harrier-like maneuver, holding it, not for too long though, just letting the weight of the engine fall down, using that extra power once again, building up the energy. A lot of fast thinking and a lot of fast activity, pedals and stick going all over the place in the cockpit during the course of this. He'll throw in more, yes, twists and turns and rolling all the way up. And we'll just see how long he can hold it there. Not letting it go quite gyroscopic just yet, but once again falling out of the maneuver, building up more speed. And that's a very, very nosebleed, powerful negative G push against him there. Very, very uncomfortable indeed. Much more difficult to mitigate against negative G than positive. If you're new to this game, well, you're all weighing 1G out there at the moment. That's just your normal body weight, but imagine somebody pressing hard down on you at 2 or 3, maybe 5 times your body weight, and then you try to move your head or your arms upwards. Very, very hard indeed. So here he is now in his trademark knife edge high alpha pass once again. He'll be taking a little peeky look out of the top of that canopy, just checking that you're all focused on him as well. Do give him a wave now and again. He doesn't have too long, but it's a nice response to know that you're all watching him. So just coming towards the tail end of his display now. I hope he'll pop back down, just give us a bit of a wave off before he departs. Reverse knife edge high alpha. Great stuff as always from Richard Goodwin in the muscle jet pits. And there he is, now giving you a little wave off. Fantastic stuff indeed. Well, that was a rip-roaring start to the second half. Plenty more of that coming your way very, very shortly. And a delightful pleasure it will be. You can hear the chitter-chatter going on behind me because we're about to, I think, be treated to a very special solo Spitfire flight. With great traditional and poignant appearance. Coming up next, we hope to see coming over Beachy Head, as many previous Spitfires would have occurred. And I've just noticed that actually, don't be distracted, but over on your right-hand side there, you'll just see the Royal Navy Black Cats making their way out to sea, which will not conflict. And the wonderful sound of being given clearance to commence display is cue for Mark Discombe to bring in the very special Rolls-Royce Mark 19 Spitfire. Unique and interesting aircraft, and also quite unique, but understandably operated by Rolls-Royce because of their long association with the production of Merlin engines. They thus equally share the history and heritage and the importance of the Spitfire and the Merlin engine. In this case, however, the Mark 19 was actually right at the top of its tree at the tail end of development towards the end of the Second World War of the huge run of different marks of Spitfire, this being a Mark 19, an unarmed reconnaissance Spitfire, fitted with the even more powerful Griffon engine from Rolls-Royce, the Mark 19 Supermarine Spitfire. Aiming to inspire the next generation by promoting aviation heritage through the operation of these rare and historically accurate aircraft, and of course their own engines as well. Rolls-Royce determined to showcase their design and engineering excellence whilst introducing new people to the pathway through various STEM projects, media visits and promotional activities, but also to tell the story, and of course, as we've been doing through the last few days, commemorating those who fought for their country. This particular aircraft entered Royal Air Force service in January 1945, having been assembled at Supermarine's own Eastleigh factory, one of 225 PR Mark 19s to be built. And you can hear that distinctive growl there of the Griffon in comparison to the Merlins you heard in the Hurricanes earlier on. After fitting out with camera equipment at RF Benson with the initial preparation and installation photographic unit, the aircraft was flown to 16th Squadron in Belgium. It flew its first operational sortie in April 1945 in the hands of Flight Lieutenant Eric Martin, DFC, who'd been awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for his actions during the run-up to and on D-Day. It was on this day that Papa Sierra 853 took part in Operation Crossbow, the hunt for the V-1 flying bomb and the V-2 rocket launch sites. Late last year, the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight made contact with the son of Flight Lieutenant Martin. He had remained in the Royal Air Force after the war, flying a variety of different aircraft, including the first gas turbine-powered Gloucester Meteor. Eric was sadly killed in 1952 whilst flying a North American Harvard at RF Feltwell. Left behind a 3-year-old son, Anthony, now living in Tasmania, Tony had no idea that a Spitfire his father flew was still flying. After he was given a virtual tour of the aircraft, Tony decided that he would like to join Rolls-Royce as one of the custodians of his father's flying logbook and reveal the contents and explicit mention of Papa Sierra 853, its participation in Operation Crossbow, as well as displaying his medals and photographs. Alongside all this and amongst the items was Eric's cigarette case, which Tony believes his father carried throughout his wartime flying. And the case today is safely stowed inside the aircraft's flying holdall, a flying tribute to Flight Lieutenant Martin. The aircraft continued flying with 16 Squadron right up until the end of the war, before spending a bit of time just being parked up, but managing to avoid the scrap heap due to its high altitude capabilities, becoming part of the thumb flights, the temperature and humidity of the upper air masses flight at RF Woodvale, there until 1956, after which time, alongside two other PR-19s, became one of the three founding members of what is now known the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. The aircraft was purchased by Rolls-Royce back in 1996, and of course continue to operate the aircraft in recognition of the part that they played in telling the story, with their engines attached to the Spitfires, paying half towards the prototype, powering over 20,000 of the type. A testament to the ingenuity of the engineers who designed and built thousands of Rolls-Royce engines used during the Second World War, as well, of course, to the pilots and aircrew who relied upon them. Mark Discombe, of course, a very well experienced historic and vintage fighter pilot himself, having spent many years with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and now here flying one of its original founding members from 1957. Wonderful high arcing victory roll. I don't think any air display is complete without time to take out and admire the spirit and ethos of a solo Spitfire display. And just taking a little nod towards you there with a top side view out of his cockpit. I've little doubt, with a big smile on his face, enjoying and savouring every minute of this wonderful and exceptional aircraft. Based at a dedicated hangar at East Midlands Airport near Derby, it can be seen around the display circuit most of the summers in Britain between April and October, and then resting during the winter for, of course, the essential annual maintenance inspection program. Very much acting as an ambassador in its own right for Rolls-Royce, not just at air displays, but supporting many other charitable and corporate functions as well. And having completed, again, flying off into the wild blue yonder for another day. Very much looking forward to seeing that again tomorrow. A real pleasure and a privilege to have it with us this weekend. Well, positioning out to sea now, if you look far out into the distance, you may well have picked up the 2 Wildcat helicopters. They're currently just to the right of the little bunch of small boats you see there, to the right of the RNLI boat out in the distance. They'll be running in very, very shortly. Representing the arduous conditions of being a long way from the coastline on a heaving, rolling deck in rough seas, dark nights, cloudy skies, the Royal Navy operating in some of the toughest conditions that any aviator would dare to go out in. Here today, these Wildcat helicopters coming as a pair, I'm delighted to say, named the Black Cats, the popular fixture on the airshow circuit since 2001 when they started out as the Lynx pair. But now with additional support from the Royal Navy and Augusta-Westland, now referred to as Leonardo helicopters, and adopting the name Black Cats, a derivative from the Lynx Wildcat of 702 Naval Air Squadron, but also a bit of Navy slang referring to black catting, getting one over or doing a bit of one-upmanship over your chums. Coming to call now, the Royal Navy's Black Cats. Running in there at just 300 feet at around 130 knots. Putting up into a big wing over, and they'll now maneuver straight into a large 360-degree turn. Leading today is Lieutenant Tom Pethick in Black 1, alongside him Lieutenant Commander Gary Gaz McCall, a well-known and familiar name to many of us following the Black Cats over the last couple of decades. The parent squadron is 825 Naval Air Squadron, commissioned in October 2014 as part of the Wildcat Maritime Force, based at Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton in Somerset, where they sit alongside the Army's own Wildcat Reconnaissance Force. During the day, they're responsible for training Wildcat pilots and observers and looking after the flights on board Royal Navy frigates and destroyers around the world. The force itself comprises of both 825 and 815 Naval Air Squadrons and includes all the ground crews and simulators they work on through the course of a normal training week. Neat little bit of pirouetting in the sky here. They're both focusing on each other now, and can be tricky, as you see in their different positions, whilst maintaining stability against a pretty frisky wind from our left-hand side. But nonetheless, totally in control as they then alter their control slightly as the wind comes tail on one and nose on the other. Looking much easier than it is. Actually a fairly demanding maneuver to do in a helicopter. It's a combat machine from a new generation, packed with cutting-edge sensors and mission equipment. Alongside the impressive sensors it has on board, it's also able to carry 2 different types of missiles and deliver a mixed weapons effects, such as Martlet, a laser-guided rocket system from Thales, and the Sea Venom, a guided anti-shipping missile produced by MBDA, providing altogether a potent maritime strike capability. So, leaving the different phases, nose down, we move from stability to agility, and that is what they do plenty of as well. Very capable. Leading the team, Tom, he joined the Royal Navy in 2010 as a direct entry pilot. On completion of flying training, was streamed to fly the Wildcat helicopter, and is deployed on numerous occasions to the Middle East, playing quite a key role in maritime security and counter-narcotics work. But also has been specialist trained as a maritime counter-terrorism and interdiction pilot, being held on a short notice roster to support maritime terrorism incidents. In the other cockpits, flying as Black 2, got Gaz McCall, been in the Navy for well over 25 years and well known to many of us as one of the most experienced pilots in the maritime force. He initially qualified on the Lynx and then converted to Wildcat, completed multiple tours as both a frontline commander and an instructor, and also many seasons as a Black Cat pilot as well. So a little bit of a rearwards transition moment there. That can be a little tricky as well. You see the tail booms just twitching around there behind them, but they'll soon dip the nose. A little testimony to you as they maneuver gently backwards. Noses down, big screen full of water. Masters at their art, which is why, of course, these two guys are involved in training the next generation of Wildcat aircrew in the art of maritime strike. Powerful engines on these, allowing these maneuvers to take place and, of course, to keep that stability at low levels as well, generating the potential for a climb rate of 5,000 feet a minute. A25 Naval Air Squadron has an interesting history behind it as well. It was originally a carrier-based squadron, and during the Second World War featured in a number of operations, including the attack on the Bismarck, but more notably the Channel Dash endeavour. That, of course, was well over 80 years ago now, and the following, in which the officer commanding that particular campaign was awarded the Victoria Cross. The squadron also saw action in Korea and later in the Falklands War in 1982. And there they depart off to return to their home base at Royal Naval Air Station in Yeovilton. Well, it's all jets from here on. We move forward a generation with the next aircraft, having seen the Vampire finish off the part one of our sequence today. We'll skip then immediately to the modern front line before completing this afternoon's day 3 with the Red Arrows. Reminder, please, that if you're planning to try and make a quick getaway, which I advise against given the number of people that we've got here, just make sure that you keep all your belongings with you and have all your family together. And also dispose of your rubbish appropriately using the recycling facilities around the seafront on the Western Lawns and by the lifeguard station as well. But there's plenty more to enjoy. The Western Lawns will remain open until 6 o'clock. There's activity in the theatres, music abounding in various establishments up and down the seafront as well. And what looks to be a very pleasant evening developing here as well. Well, we're just waiting for clearance now to be given for our next aircraft, which is the top end of the Jet Provost family. If you were here over the last 2 days, you were hearing me chat about the T5 Jet Provost that came to us. 324 was the number. Today we're going to see the next one up, which is really an armed export version of that very same aircraft. And I reckon just a couple of minutes time for that. Please remember to give as generously as you can on your way out or through the course of the evening. If you don't have any cash to put in the buckets, please make a note of the QR code. Go online. You can also go online to saveairborne.com as well. Or get your family or your children to sign up to the Air Bears Club. There's so many different ways you can to support it, as you heard me chatting to the councillors and MP during the course of yesterday and today. It is a team effort to keep this on activity for many more years to come, we hope. 31 years now, and our hats off to the council staff there who've made it happen year on year. It's a tremendous day out. Nothing really comes from free, does it? So do please support wherever you can to keep this great show on the road. And I just hear the radio waves now in contact with our next act, which will hopefully join us in the next minute or so. So I hear the magic words that the next pilot has been given authority to commence his display, so he'll be running in very, very shortly. And as I mentioned, really the tail end of a long development, very successful development of the BAC jet Provost, built to replace the Hunting Percival and developed in the early 50s, first introduced in 1955, but the whole fleet going to 1993. And here now, please welcome the BAC Strikemaster. And this comes to you from the North Wales Military Aviation Services up at Harden in Cheshire, flown today by Sean Chidderton. And a great example of this armed export version of the Mark V Jet Provost. Fitted with a new Viper engine and pressurized back in 1967. It went on to be sold to what was then Ceylon, Sri Lanka now, Kuwait and Sudan, armed with two 7.7mm machine guns. Other exports went to Iraq, South Yemen, Sudan and Venezuela. And the final armed export version went to Sudan. This organization was founded by the late, great Mark Petrie, who's done a huge amount to keep this class of aircraft in the air. We miss him very much indeed, but Sean and Bertie, the pilots there, and Adi, his partner, doing their very best to maintain these superb aircraft. This particular aircraft is built by BAC in Lancashire as a BAC 167, a light ground attack export version of the Mark 5A. Strengthened in order to provide a potent combat capability. Tough and reliable aircraft. It had an armoured cockpit, a single but robust Rolls-Royce Viper 535 engine, developing a pretty modest 3,450 pounds of thrust, but also with manual flying controls. And this meant that the aircraft felt heavy, particularly when flying at a high speed, but also still very maneuverable, but removing the risk of damage to vulnerable hydraulic pipework, I should say, during the course of operations in a combat theatre. Many Strikemasters safely returned home despite significant damage during the conflict. And it was this extra thrust which allowed the aircraft to carry the armaments I described a little earlier. When not being utilized in the combat environment, the aircraft is also capable of carrying up to 4 75-gallon underwing fuel tanks, giving it clearly an extended range. None of these were actually ordered by the Royal Air Force, but 146 were built and exported to a variety of countries. In addition to those I mentioned earlier, it also includes Yemen, Ecuador and New Zealand. This one representing Saudi Arabia and belonging to part of the NWMAS setup, the Strikemaster Flying Club at Hardin. It was imported by Mark in 2004 from Oman and also done extremely well. Part of the overall leasing company, starting its life as serial number 1120 for the Royal Saudi Air Force. But the extraordinary thing was the wings on this aircraft actually saw active service in the Royal Air Force of Oman during the Dhofar War on a SOAF aircraft numbered 403. Being a mid-generation aircraft, it's still not able, of course, to perform all its maneuvers in such a close area as that of the modern frontline fighter, such as the Typhoon, but doing certainly extremely better than the first-generation Vampires and Meteors. Sometimes operating as a pair, Sean leading this year. He joined the Royal Air Force straight from school, having gained his wings on the Hawk, becoming an instructor on the Jet Provost. During that time, he represented the RAF as the Jet Provost display pilot, completing more than 80 shows over a couple of seasons, and then selected to fly the Jaguar before completing 2 tours at Coltishore and at Lossiemouth. He's therefore got a fair amount of operational time as well in the Gulf and the Balkans, both of which were split by the luxury of having spent 3 years with the Red Arrows. And in his final year with the Red Arrows, he was the leader of the synchro pair. Sean's final role in the Royal Air Force was as the chief examiner for the Central Flying School. That took him all around the world, of course, flying a huge range of different aircraft, including such extremes as the Chinese-built MiG-21s, an F-16, a Mirage F-1, the VC-10, and an Apache helicopter. But nowadays, more sedate work flying as a current airline pilot. Captain on the Airbus 320 with a large airline, well over 17,000 hours flying in 40 years. And that is Sean complete as he disappears off now in that wonderful aircraft. The wings were actually repaired, having had bullet holes in them when it was first recovered, but now maintaining that colour scheme you saw there of the aircraft of the Sultan's original Air Force, but painted to represent the colour scheme of the Royal Saudi Air Force. Well, just one more, but perhaps one of the most impressive aircraft you will have seen this current weekend before the Royal Air Force aerobatic team takes to the skies. I think we just got a few minutes break because it's not quite Typhoon time yet, but it certainly will be. And of course, if you're not used to this, you need to prepare yourselves a bit. It's fast, it's furious, it's extremely noisy. So please take care of the children. Any pets you happen to have with you as well. You don't get to put too many words into a Typhoon display. It just speaks for itself. Well, I understand we have young Nathan Scheuer on the airwaves right now, so we're getting close to seeing the immense performance, power, agility and capability of the Royal Air Force's frontline Typhoon. Call sign Reheat 01. Young Nathan, a flying instructor on 29th Squadron, based up at Royal Air Force in Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Who would have thought, as a youngster at Exeter College in Devon, a keen member of 1064 Air Cadet Unit, who'd attended many air shows, that having joined the Royal Air Force in 2009 as a direct entrant, just aged 18, that he would now be not just a pilot, but an instructor on this massively important aircraft. Phenomenal performance, of course, powered by two huge Eurojet EJ200 engines, providing 40,000 pounds of thrust in full reheat and capable of reaching speeds up to Mach 2. You'll see him put this aircraft through its paces, exceeding G-force limits right up to +9 from -3G. A really, really awesome undertaking for any pilot. able to fly up to close to 60,000 feet. Please welcome the Typhoon. Well, arriving with the usual style and panache that you would expect of a young Typhoon pilot. But I can assure you, these guys right at the sharp ends know their stuff, selected specially for this sort of work, and this is an incredible aircraft to have in your hands. Fitted out with a huge amount of situational awareness to enable the pilots not just to get through this display, but a huge amount of combat flying as well. There you are, looking up the tailpipe of that 40,000 pounds of thrust, burning away there, powering it through. But look at the agility that this aircraft has compared with the Gen 1 and the mid-generation jets that you've seen here today already. Able to maintain this display within a very, very small part of airspace as well, thanks to not just the design, but also the computer-aided devices on board as well, and of course the agility, power and strength of the pilot as well. Aided by a huge amount of data inside the cockpit there. Very comfortable cockpit actually, but it's very different to riding up front. He doesn't really have any great idea of just the amount of noise coming out of the back of the machine. Aided by a multifunction head-down display, a head-up display and a helmet-mounted display as well. Lots of upgrades have been made to this aircraft since it first displayed for the Royal Air Force 20 years ago. Armed with ASRAM, AMRAM, Storm Shadow, Brimstone, Paveway, laser-guided 500-pound GPS bombs, and of course the all-important 27mm Mauser cannon. This is an aircraft that can really deliver in so many different ways. Sadly, we have to impose the speed limits, and that, of course, 600 miles an hour, because anything much more than that would break the sound barrier. And that was in the news just 24 hours ago when a pair of Typhoons were launched to intercept and aid an aircraft recovery. Putting now, bending that in, right, the 9G coming on in this turn. A little touch of carefree handling there. Such is the ease with which this aircraft just keeps giving and giving. It's a delight and pleasure, I'm told by many. Building the speed back up again there, just holding the throttle back a little bit to prevent it going supersonic. Back into 9G. You see a bit of swath coming off the wings there as the airflow just breaks away from the top. Bit of moisture there, creating that. Slowing the jet down now. Remember, this is a jet that can do twice the speed of sound. And now you can barely hear it. Pulling the stick back towards his stomach, right on the edge of the stall, but unable to do so with the help of the little onboard computers there, and the canards on the front end flicking away, back down to around about 120 knots. With a little assistant on board, often known as Barking Betty, just telling him to keep it on the edge. Putting the burners back in. and completing a wonderfully high barrel roll there before beating up the energy again, dynamically, almost ballistically, putting on extra G as well. And a really, really tight turn there. 9G all the way around that orbit. Really tough on the pilot. But of course, he does have mitigation on board. But you still have to work at it, requiring high levels of fitness and strength as well. And that is the way to leave an air show. An absolutely rip-roaring demonstration there. Nathan Scheuer, what a top guy. One of the youngsters in the fleet and delivering daily training future frontline fast jet pilots. Not just to fly this aircraft, of course, the important thing in the military is to be able to fight it. And that is what they do so well. Well, our hats off to him. And now we come to today's finale, of course. Just a few minutes to reset the airspace. And of course, get yourselves ready as well. For I know what is one of the most popular displays that you all turn out for year on year. Yeah, it is, of course, the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team coming up very shortly, the Red Arrows. Yes, this whole airborne show has certainly taken our breath away. An absolutely cracking weekend, and the weather, as predicted, just clearing massively in time for the Red Arrows once again. Although that little bit of cloud cover and airspace probably will still have a restriction on the full nature of their display. But we're looking forward to it very much, and I'm saying hi and smiling at so many wonderful people passing here that I've seen year after year. Well, there's likely to be a bit of activity and not necessarily chaos, but a bit of a scrum at the end of this. So please go carefully. Make sure you've got all the children and any aged adults along with you as well who may need assistance. Listening out to the steward's advice. And don't forget at the end of the flying today, if you are leaving early in a car, to tune into 87.7 FM and listen in to Radio Airborne. I know some very good friends of mine, Gary and Debbie, are going to be watching this particular Red Arrows display on AeroView TV. We've been doing a great job there, right up on the roof of the cafe behind me here, so nobody can actually see them, but they've been sticking it out now for several days, whatever the weather is throwing at them. So well done those guys as well. Do please give generously wherever you can to keep this show on the road. Of course, we need your help as well, and make the most of your time here in Eastbourne. Go on your way up to the Western Lawns if you can. But right now, we've got the signal to go. Please give a massive third day airborne welcome to Red 10.
Good afternoon, Eastbourne sirs, ma'ams, ladies and gentlemen. I am Squadron Leader Grey Muscat, Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobats team. It's the Red Arrows. It's absolutely fantastic to be here at Eastbourne for the third day of Airborne at Eastbourne, and hopefully bring on a great show for you today. As I said, I have the honour of being part of the Red Arrows. I'll guide you through the display. I'll give you the names of the manoeuvres, more information about the Red Arrows and about the wider Royal Air Force. But more importantly, I'll get your eyes into the correct piece of sky so you do not miss a single second of the action. As I said, it's great to be back here at Eastbourne, third day of the 4-day show. It's very unusual that we're here solely at Eastbourne over the 4 days, but it's great. A little bit more of a relaxing weekend. We're having a very busy schedule throughout the entire season, starting on the first week of June all the way through to October. 65 displays and over countless number of fly passes all the way through the season. I'm just tracking the team on flight radar now. They are airborne out of Bournemouth. And they're getting themselves ready to perform for the show. They'll trim the aircraft, they'll get the smoke pod ready, they'll prime it to bring the red, white and blue over the top of Eastbourne, hopefully in a couple of minutes' time. If I go quiet, that's because I'm talking to Red 1 on the radio, giving them some weather information, some pressures to set on their altimeters and the wind so that we can give on the best display that we can. There are 3 types of show that the Red Arrows can perform. It's either a full show, a flat show or a rolling show. And that's based on cloud base and or airspace. The airspace restriction here due to Gatwick means that we can't do anything more than a rolling show. And the cloud base today, it's been up and down. We need about a 3,000 to 3,500 foot cloud base for a rolling show. But that decision will be made by Red 1 as he rolls into the display, literally 10 seconds before he arrives. I just made contact with Red 1 there. We're hopefully on time. And when we arrive, we'll be arriving in big battle formation. That's the same formation that you see us flying over London on our national parades, for such as King Charles III birthday fly past. They'll be flying with as a big battle with our famous red, white and blue smoke out the back. So make sure you give them a huge round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobats team. It's the Red Arrows! As I said, arriving in that big battle formation, over 400 miles per hour. Red 1, he brings them up and eases them round to the right, which means he's decided to start the show rolling. And as it comes around to the right, you can see that top shape form of the Delta Wing formation, the big battle. You'll now see Red 6 and 7 collapse and sit on behind Red 1, with Reds 8 and 9 also move inside to form our world famous Diamond 9. The team this year is led for the second year as Red 1. The team leader is Squad Leader John Bond, known as Bondy. Bondi's been in the team for over 7 years. He was originally 2 to 9, then left a year and then came back last year as the team leader to form the Red Arrows Diamond 9 from the right. Once again, the smoke comes on. John Bond is a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2012. And John would also like to wish today happy birthday to June, who is celebrating her birthday today on the beach with friends, and also say hello to his mum and dad, who are also here today at Eastbourne. On the right of Red 1 is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. Rob is in his first year on the team. Uniquely, he was taken from training and made an instructor on the Hawk, before then joining the Typhoon Force, serving in operations over Iraq and Syria with 3 Squadron, and then become an instructor on 29 Squadron based at Lincolnshire. Reds 8 and 9 now move left and right to form one of the widest shapes we fly in the 2025 display. The smoke will come on, coming in from the left, in the Swan. You've heard those commands from Red 1 to the rest of the team. They're almost robotic and monotone in that delivery. That's because we fly our formation by ear rather than by eye. And this just means that the pilots on the outside of the formation are putting their input into the control column just a little bit earlier than those on the inside to make the formation move as one. Reds 8 and 9 now move inside to sit behind Reds 2 and 3 to form the shape of one of the most iconic aircraft in aviation history. From the left, the smoke comes on in the Concorde. On the left-hand side of that centre stem is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen, known as Macca. Macca is also in his first year on the team. He flew the Aviate-B, a Harrier variant, while on exchange with the United States Marine Corps, before then coming back to the UK, joining the world-famous 617 Dambuster Squadron, flying on new 5th-generation fighter, the F-35B. You have Reds 1 through 9 displaying for you today. Myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk Team Mark II. And of course, we are commanded by Wing Commander Adam Collins, Red 11, who's also a former Tornado GR4 pilot. Reds 2 and 3 move up. The Delta Wing formed at the back. You've just seen the aircraft display before us to celebrate 20 years of the Typhoon display pilot. This is Typhoon. All the way at the back, on the right-hand side of that formation is Red 4. He's working extremely hard. He's having to look through the formation at Red 1 because we take all our formation references from Red 1 and not necessarily the aircraft that's on the inside of us. Red 4 is squadron leader Chris McCann. He's in his 2nd year on the team. Again, he was taken from training and made an instructor on the Tucano, before then completing his own training and then joining the Tornado GR4 force. Again, flying with 617, the Dambuster Squadron, and Chris received an Air Force Cross for his service on operations over Afghanistan. The Royal Air Force is, of course, synonymous for its operations in the air domain. However, these days we have an ability and capability in both space and cyber. And to celebrate that capability with a shape associated with space, the smoke comes on. Red 1 brings them around to the right in the Apollo. The team will now start to move. You'll see Reds 4 and 5 move up alongside 2 and 3, and then you'll see 6 and 7 split at the back. As Reds 8 and 9 move left and right outwards. As red 1 continues to bring them around to left, this is one of the great opportunities for you to take a great photo once again of the team. The smoke comes on, the colour comes on from the left-hand side in Big Vixen. In that particular manoeuvre, the Red Arrows are flying with their air brakes out. It's a small door at the base of the aeroplane towards the rear. And this has twofold effect. The first effect means the pilots are flying with a higher throttle setting, thereby producing a hotter engine gas temperature. And that makes the smoke colours burn a lot more brightly. Secondly, it disturbs the airflow outside the back of the aeroplane, and it makes the smoke billow a lot more fuller. And therefore, in certain manoeuvres through the show, we'll use this technique to enhance those manoeuvres. Of course, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have a team of over 140 personnel. 120 of them are the Blues, the engineers, the public relations, the administrators. And a number of them are up at our tent on the Western Lords. Please pop along, have a word with them, find out what they do in the Red Arrows. Reds 8 and 9 now sit in trail on the rest of the formation. Another great photo opportunity. It's one of the most popular, if not the most popular, the Red Arrows fly. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, it's tornado time!
Light on, go. And roll up.
Reds 8 and 9 roll go as Reds 8 and 9 roll around the rest of the formation. But watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings them down the line. Reds 8 and 9 continue their rolls until they finish that particular manoeuvre. Red 8 will now join the rest of the formation on the right. Red 9 will now move and join the team on the left-hand side. So once again, form our Diamond 9. As Red 1 continues to bring around to the right, this will be your last opportunity to get a picture of the Red Arrows in our world-famous Diamond 9 before we go into the second half of the show. As we go into the second half, it's the more dynamic, more fast-paced, heart-pumping, jaw-dropping part of the show. But before that, in from the left-hand side in our world-famous Diamond 9, the smoke comes on once again for the 2025 Red Arrows.
Coming left. Holding back. Tight.
As we go into the second half, we operate in two distinct sections. Off to the left-hand side, you've got Reds 1 through 5. They are now known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5. Off to the right-hand side, 6, 7, 8, and 9, known as Hannah, named after squadron leader Ray Hannah, the only team leader to lead the team for 4 consecutive years. He took the team from a 7 to a 9, and he formed our world-famous Diamond 9. Enid from the left, Hannah from the right for the 5-4 cross. Keep your eye on Enid to the right-hand side. Red 1 makes the call. Red 4 from the top starts to move in to sit behind Red 1, and Red 5 sits in trail on the rest of the formation.
Light on, go. 5.
Number 5, roll, goes. Number 5 rolls around the rest of the smoke of Enid. Red 5 is Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. He's in his second year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot, operations with 11 Squadron, and instructor on 29 Squadron, as well as being a test pilot on 41 Squadron, all based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. As Enid leaves to the right, look directly to your front. You're looking for the smoke trails of Hannah. Reds 8 and 9, red and blue, rolling around the synchro pair for the Hannah break.
Hannah split.
Red 6 and 8 to our left-hand side, red 7 and 9 to our right-hand side. Hannah and the synchro pair are led by the synchro leader, that's red 6 to the left, smoking right. That's squadron leader Tom Hansford. Tom is in his third and final year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, which means he would teach all weapons, technical information and tactics to the entire Typhoon force. And Tom was also a recipient of a Distinguished Flying Cross for his service on operations over Iraq and Syria. Each pair will now dive down to approximately 100 feet over the sea. They've got a closing speed of over 900 miles per hour as they perform the Hannah Pass.
Show. Okay.
Reds 8 and 9 go up and down in the roller coasters. Reds 6 and 7 remain flat. Turn is the call from red 6 to our right as both 6 and 7 now turn hard towards each other. Off to the left-hand side is red 7's Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. George in his second year on the team. Again, he was made an instructor on the Tucano straight from training, before then joining the Typhoon force, having served on operations over Iraq and Syria with 11 Squadron as they complete the Cyclone. As the synchro pair continue their turn, turning the Cyclone into the slingshot, crossing in the middle. Look directly to your right, and you're looking for Enid running back in with the nose lights twinkling in the distance. The smoke comes on. Get down is the command from red 1 as they perform the inverted V. Looking to the left-hand side, you're looking for red 9 coming in, traveling over 500 miles per hour. The smoke comes on as red 9 performs the Goose. Red 9 is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie's in his third year on the team. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. Look directly to your front for the synchro pair. This is another photo opportunity you do not want to miss. The smoke comes on. They split apart for the world famous Synchro Heart. Coming in from the top right to spear the heart is Red 8, Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker. Rich and a very experienced aviator, having flown Harrier and Typhoon and a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. The Red Arrows like to dedicate today's heart and best wishes to Debbie and happy birthday to Gary, who are both Red Arrows fans watching on Airshow TV. And Stephen would like to wish a very 14th wedding anniversary to himself and Charlotte, who are also here watching the Red Arrows on Eastbourne Beach. Keep an eye on the synchro pairs. They turn back towards the display line for the next maneuver of the show. Each aircraft will dive down to 100 feet, closing speed 900 miles per hour. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll, pass in the middle, only wingtip to wingtip, 30 meters, 100 feet, before a second barrel roll in the double rolls.
Go. Go. Okay.
As the synchro pair leave rearwards, look directly to your your left-hand side. You've got Enid running back in with reds 8 and 9. 8 and 9, roll goes reds 8 and 9, roll around the smoke of Enid in the corkscrew. The motto of the Red Arrows is eclat, and that means excellence, and that means every single member of the Red Arrows is striving for excellence in everything they do, whether they've been on the team for a week or whether it's been 4 years. And we like to leave the team in a better place than when we found it. However, keep looking to your right, keep looking to your left. You've got red 6 coming in from the right-hand side, red 7 coming in from the left-hand side. Once again, at down at 100 feet. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll, cross in the middle, in the circus. Each aircraft now turn away from each other, pulling up to 6G, and that means everything about them is weighing up to 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the promenade. Red 7 coming into our left-hand side, smoking red. They change red to blue, blue to red. Pulling up that 6G, red 7 keeping an eye on red 6 to make sure he's got that miss distance as they complete the circus. Look to your front right, 45, and in the nose distance, you can see the nose lights of Enid running back in. The white smoke comes on as red 1 pulls them up. Reds 4 and 5 perform a rollback to complete the maneuver called the Serpent. Another great opportunity to see our famous red, white and blue. And that red, white and blue is only capable due to the smoke pod under the belly of the aeroplane. That smoke pod is capable of producing approximately 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke and 1 minute of blue smoke, with each of the colours having their own button on the pilot's control column. And during winter training, both red 6 and red 1 come up with a smoke plan to ensure we have the right coloured smoke at the right time in the display and we simply do not run out. Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 now moved up alongside red 1. They're working extremely hard, a very hard formation to maintain, pull up to 4G with looking 90 degrees along their shoulder line. The smoke comes on in the tango. Keep looking to the left, keep looking to the right. You've got red 7 and 8 coming in from the right-hand side, red 6 and 9 from the left-hand side. Red 6 and 9 roll inverted for the first of our newest maneuvers in 2025. This is Chainsaw. Red 6 and 9 remaining inverted for up to 30 seconds. Working hard against those negative Gs, all the blood rushing to the head. Conversely, they now roll the correct way up. They turn those negative Gs to positive G, going from negative 2 up to positive 4. All the blood now rushing from the head down to their feet, working hard against those G pants, keeping an eye on red 7 and 8 as they finish off the Chainsaw. In from the left-hand side, Enid running back in with the smoke coming on from red 1. 2 and 3, roll goes reds. 2 and 3, roll to the outside. Clear goes reds. 4 and 5, roll to the outside. And one of the hardest maneuvers for our new pilots to master each year, this is rollbacks. As Enid leaves to the right, look directly to your front. You're looking for the smoke trails of Hannah. The red and the blue come on from Reds 8 and 9 as they roll around the smoke trail of Red 6 for the second of our new manoeuvres for 2025. We can see 6, we can see 8, and we can see 9. Get your cameras ready as Red 7 hides in the smoke of 6 in the Tempest. Red 6 and 7 off, 6 and 8 again off to the left-hand side. Red 7 and 9 off to the right-hand side. This synchro pair, that's Red 6 and 7, will pull up to approximately 1,000 to 1,500 feet before then turning back towards the display line for their final maneuver of the show. Each aircraft again will dive down to 100 feet, closing speed of over 900 miles per hour. Each aircraft will perform a barrel roll, crossing the middle 30 meters wingtip to wingtip before rolling inverted to leave the display area in a maneuver called the crossbow.
Go. Roll, go.
As the synchro pair leave to our rear, look directly to your front. You're looking for the nose lights once again of Reds 1 through 5, joined by Reds 8 and 9 in the distance. The smoke comes on. Once again, get your cameras ready. Because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been an honour and a pleasure, so please put your hands together for the 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows! Red 1 puts his smoke on. He'll gather the rest of the formation and take them all the way back to Bournemouth Airport, where we're operating from this weekend. As I said, it's been an honour and a pleasure to perform for you today here at the third day of Airborne at Eastbourne. If you'd like more information about the Red Arrows, of course, we are on social media. If you'd like more information about the Red Arrows, as I said, we're on Facebook, RAF Red Arrows, or on Instagram, RAF Red Arrows. All the pilots have their own Instagram account. You find me, RAF Red 10, and then you'll be able to follow the rest of the pilots. If you have any images or videos, hashtag Red Arrows, we'll pick them up and share them across social media. This is my fourth and final year on the Red Arrows. It's been an absolute honour and pleasure to represent the Royal Air Force and be part of this team. If I don't get to see you tomorrow or don't get to see you for the rest of my season, thank you very much for all your support over the last 4 years. But once again, on behalf of the Red Arrows, thank you very much. Have a safe journey home. Goodbye.
And our grateful thanks to Squadron Leader Graham Muscat there. Please put your hands together for Red 10. An absolutely magnificent display once again delivered here on day 3 of Airborne. Well, if you like that, do come back again tomorrow. In fact, come back for the next 31 years. What a record this show has got, hasn't it? And I've just seen Josh, who I was chatting to earlier on, walking past with his bucket. And that bucket's very important to keeping this show alive as well, because it will help us put this one all together. And there he is. Please give generously. Check out his QR code as well. I hope he's wearing one, and that will help keep this show on the road. Doing fantastic work for Eastbourne. Would you please bear in mind as you depart, if you think you're staying on the beach, that the red flags are still flying, which means no swimming on the beach. Thank you very much indeed. Make sure you take all your belongings. And more importantly, all your rubbish, please. Please dispose of that sensibly and securely. If you can't do that, take it home with you. Leave the beach as you found it this morning, spick and span.
Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, it's the Red Arrows!
most helpful. But look, go carefully, everybody. Make the most of the rest of the evening and have an enjoyable and safe journey home. Tune in now to 87.7. I'll leave you in the hands for the rest of the evening with Radio Airborne. Good night. Okay.